We gotta stop this. This is pointless. Yikes, yikes. Yikes. I finished today's dailies in advance, just in case I didn't log on to play. But I did, so... Resetting in 2 hours. But, I do have to play this mode this week for a bit, the chest reset. So maybe another day or two. It's not because I don't want to go back and do Tangled Depths or anything, of course. I can't wait to go back and do Tangled Depths. Love Tangled Depths. I love it. Also, what's going on over here? Is this another fight over a godforsaken patch of land? Yeah, I didn't manage to get SMC taken for all of last week. So yeah, it's kind of hard to get castle now. Nobody wants to give it up. It's too valuable. I got scared for a second. The guild's called Mag. Wait, what the fuck? Maguma. Wait, is this actually Mag? What the fuck? That's not good. We can't win against Mag. Mag is the final boss of Guild Wars. Maybe I should take this week off. It just says Maguma though. I thought it was Gate of Maguma. They just call it Maguma. Yeah, still working my way through gold chests. Okay, they warp back. I don't know, if we're not really like going for a specific goal, I'm not sure I want to do this. Oh, the tag left. Oh no. This is terrible. We have another commander though. Before I get too involved in here, maybe I should check the other fields.
Stealthy. There's the power. Armor enhanced. I was in some deep trouble.
Oh, come on, brother.
The soul is mine. Never felt better.
We can push him back all day long, but if we're not getting kills, I don't want to be here. I'm here to rip and tear and get bags. If we're not fighting over a location, we're not getting any rewards for it, I don't think.
Accelerating.
Yeah, I'm gonna check some of the other maps. Any other tags going? We have Slacker, Crit, and Desert. This is actually a big squad. This is twice as big as the one from EBG. I'll just do Desert then. We have a teleport at Firekeep. Okay, well, we can just roll with these guys. I didn't want to have to leave so soon. It's just not fun to be on EBG lately. It just seems like it's just the same bullshit. Boy. No, just poi. For what purpose, you ask? Oh god, the fucking... do it! Different mock day, different mock. I don't know, I feel like I want to stream more, but I get tired. Just the eternal struggle. But there's not really anything else to do here besides stream. So I feel like I should just do it as much as I can. Takes my mind off of other stuff. Because I took a day off yesterday and I didn't do anything. It's just like a bad day. I was like, I'll just put a weekend day right in the middle of the week. Well, actually, I guess yesterday was Saturday, but same difference. And then I just sat around the whole day thinking about maybe I should just turn on the stream. Weird. Streamer brain's a real thing. Just become like this single-minded cockroach. Your only goal is to find new followers. Yeah, but it's not really like exactly... Like with streaming, it's not like, oh, I'll go into work today and make so much money. It's, you could go into work today and nothing could happen. Or you could go to work today and end up on somebody's will. Like, you never really know. But every day that I've been having a stream the last few times, except for the one day where I had that fucking meltdown, it's been good days. So it's not like I'm having bad streams. The streams are actually good. It's just they're tiring. And I need to remind myself that this is like the best thing I could be doing right now. While I wait to get out of this spider closet. Yeah, it's something. Good, bad, it's something.
Commence chopping.
No, I'm not reflecting. I'm just coping. This is a survival strategy. Honestly, if you can do something to take your mind off the situation you're in, that's maybe not a bad thing for the time being. At least when I'm streaming, I'm only thinking about this. I'm not thinking about other stuff. And for the time being, it's important that I get my mind off stuff. Could be quite a few more months before I'm able to move out of this spot. You just don't think. I know. Thinking without action is almost as bad as not thinking at all. Some men have spent their entire lives thinking and the world has passed them by. Anyway, my dailies are done, but how many can I get for the potions? Capture one shrine. Okay, that's basically it. Just have to go get a ruin at some point. Dude, we have all the ruins. What the fuck? Yes, not here. Keep under attack. Yeah. Kind of.
Invigorate.
Yeet.
Restore. Cleanse. Believe.
Acquiring familiar plant life.
Someone got J-pop in my prog trance mix. What is this? I have several hours of Otaku Core and I never play it because it never seems to be the right time. I guess playing anime music while playing 14 kind of fit. But I feel like playing anime music over Guild Wars 2 is kind of weird. If I play Blue Protocol, which... Blue Protocol! If I play Blue Protocol, I'll probably just play Wii music the entire time. Well, not the entire time. A new game, you can listen to the soundtrack for a few months. And then after that, you turn on fucking Druid of Sandstorm. Whatever. Well, it would fit if I rolled a Char and then dressed them up in the maid costume. And just played like Lolly Dumpacor. And then maybe then.
Accelerating.
Wonder if I could hide in here for somebody. I guess they would see the name over my character. Would this be like a great spot just to bust out and just... I would have been listening to more of the original soundtrack in this mode, but there doesn't seem to be that many songs. It's not like they rotate between all of the original soundtrack. It seems like you're listening to the same 5 songs over and over again, and they're good songs, but it is 5 songs. I listened to Guild War 2 soundtrack for 10 years. I don't know if I can listen to it for another year. They continued adding songs, obviously, after Jeremy Soule left, but I really only cared about his music. I don't remember any songs after he left the team. It was like Fear Not This Night and then nothing. After that, it was just nothing. They never did another vocal credits theme for an expansion. You got that nice song after you killed Zaitan, and then they never followed up on that.
Never felt better.
We didn't get a song for killing Mordremoth.
I am dead.
Did I take Firekeep yet? No. You kind of just ravaged the entire map. We're sort of done. Actually, we're completely done. Just that one ruin. Which I should go and get. Because I only need one to finish the daily. Jeez, that's the only one I never got Stone Mist. Got everything else. At some point I probably should go and get the World v. World infusions. I was kind of putting it off because it was a bit of a hassle. I have to extract all the agony infusions and store them. So I have to pay for extractors and then go in and buy the infusions, which will be tickets and memories of battle. Although not too many of them. I think I have to buy like 10. But it's basically the last bit of power I can get out of my character is to put the proper infusions in. It's just more damage towards NPCs, but still helps. Where do we go? Yeah, we're switching maps. Good choice. We're not going to run around in a ball and flip camps for 3 hours until someone comes and stops us. Banners.
Get this over with.
Golem. Emotional support Golem. guild's called Lose. Is that a good tag for a guild? Lose. Hoot, Kips, Nova, Bob, Cult, Eins, and They shall be easy to destroy. Wait. Shit, that was... Damn it, I was on the right weapon. I want to build up stacks.
Never felt better.
Okay, this kind of went pretty bad. Dude, don't pull me. Don't fucking yank me. God damn it. Where did the team go?
Everywhere.
Oh, they all went into the tower. Dude, if you're gonna kill me, kill me. Jesus Christ. I need to get back to the tower. Second tag. Wait, this guy came from EBG. Is it really that bad? Alright, let's try that again.
Seriously.
I recommend you run.
I recommend you keep your distance.
Soul is mine.
Oh,
Armor and
yikes, that went really bad.
You will obey.
We got everybody now.
soul is mine. I chose you. There's the power.
Not Shakespeare.
Spell break.
Hitting the spin too early,
Rage at maximum.
wasting a lot of the effectiveness.
Kill. Armor in hand.
Kind of at that point where I want to play Harbinger, but I can't really do it. It's like the group's big enough, but the fighting is kind of more like singular targets. And honestly, just like not wasting the spin would be probably enough to keep me alive. Like, try to blow everything and then run ahead. Like everything in life, if I stopped and thought about it, I would make the right choice. But I don't. So I don't. What a shame.
Rage at maximum.
Oh, that had to hurt.
A ripple in the earth.
Oh fuck, they're all here all of a sudden. What the hell? No team, all enemies. Dude, what are we even doing, man? Can't we go somewhere and accomplish something? We already have the tower. Like, let's go get Bay. Let's force them to come to us. We have a huge team. Thanks to follow Chaos Blade. I came from EVG where they're fighting out in the middle of the field doing nothing. Surprise, surprise. I guess if I was to fight in the tower, that'd be a lot more... Oh, okay, fuck off. Now we can't even get back to the tower. Fighting in the tower makes sense. We get defense ticks. Maybe I'll just stay with the tag. No matter what. Well. I say that, but where are they going? Dude. Fuck off. Oh, the wall's... Right. That's right, the wall's broken.
Soul is mine.
Yeah, maybe we should, like, group up. Stop trickling in, because this is fucking impossible. Like, we got into the tower... For what purpose? The wall's broken. They're in the tower, they're outside the tower. There's no safety inside the tower. But you can't install it if you don't, you can't play if you don't install it, Light and Darker. You gotta install it to play it. Camp.
I'm failing quickly.
Help! Here!
So close. Well, I'm not an ambassador for Guild Wars 2, but I'd say yeah, try it. This game... Doesn't really get the shine that it deserves. Don't let this gameplay deter you, though. Normally, I'm good at this game, I swear to God. Capadaro, I'm good at this game. Please believe me. Yeah, Necro can summon minions. You don't usually summon minions in this mode, though, because, you know, this is PvP, so people will just go around your minions and kill you. But in PvE, minions are strong. They're a good beginner build to go. Okay, this is not going to work. Tag's already gone. Where'd he go? Elsewhere. Good choice. This map's fucking cursed. Holy shit, the golem procession. What? This is more golems than we had at Garrison like last week. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's like 5 more. Who made these? I guess they're saving them for the defense of Hogwarts or something like that. I don't know. Camp Tower. Well, hopefully they'll leave us alone so we can start ravaging this Borderlands instead. Necro is played a lot. I don't know what it is about people, if they're told in advance that Necro was like a good beginner class, or they just like it. But Necro is played a lot. Like, Necro Guardian are played a lot. Yeah, true. Very true. All true. It's not my most favorite kind of combat. But especially for when the game came out, it was very refreshing. Because back then, you basically had WoW and WoW clones. So having the hybrid action system was kind of new back then. There were games like Vindictus and Terra that had better combat, but they didn't take off because they weren't really complete games. They had the combat down, but they didn't really have a game to offer. It wasn't gonna, you know, just
You're okay. Stay with me.
stay niche forever. I would say it's kind of difficult in this game because it's not like the class fantasy is like really as straightforward as you think it's going to be. I guess for Necro it kind of is, because Necro can just summon a bunch of skeletons and then that's like your Necro fantasy.
Armor enhanced. Statistically speaking,
But you play something like Guardian, and Guardian has like the lowest health in the game. And it's like, this doesn't seem very much like a Paladin. And it's like, well, if you learn how to play it, it makes sense. But when you pick up Guardian, people are often amazed at how squishy the class is. It's like you can block one free hit with Aegis, but then you have like no health. And yet, Guardian is still like a really popular beginner class.
I might not make it.
Where's that Mesmer? Where is he? I can't see shit. I can't see anything. What class is best? Well, you really shouldn't ask that, but I'll tell you. It's probably Guardian.
never felt better.
Guardian or Engineer. Like overall, Guardian Specialization Firebrand is consistently good. Or Revenant. You know, Revenant, Guardian, Engineer, those are all really solid. But there's no bad class. Every class has things that it's extremely good at.
Felt better.
And because of the build flexibility, you can get a lot of classes to do a lot of things. Like, you can make a really solo viable build on any class.
Soul is mine.
Dude, his model never shows up. I can hardly see when he comes into the group. I just take a bunch of damage and I see the arrow.
Accelerating.
Imagine having 15 people and getting cucked by 3 people. Yikes.
Soul is mine.
Yeah, Necro is not really a... It's a popular archetype, but it's not like an every game kind of archetype. I like it when I can get it. 14 still doesn't even really have a Necro class. They have Reaper. And because they have Reaper, they're not going to have a Necro class. So, they took the Scythe from the Reaper in this game. In fact, 14 Reaper's a lot like the Reaper in this game. But
There's the power.
they're kind of moving away from having some summoners in 14 because pet management is really annoying. So even the summoner now doesn't even have pets. They just they have summons as a theme, not as a gameplay mechanic. Well, you know what I mean, like not as like a pet management mini game. Mini RTS where you're trying to play your class. They used to, and then they took it out. Anyway, sorry, I'm just kind of rambling. Yeah, well, I played Ellie first, and that's... I'm not smart enough to play Ellie. So probably not a good choice. For me. I still have it. It's there. It's like one day I have to go back to it.
Oh, what a pleasant surprise.
Learning Weaver would probably give me a heart attack, to be honest. Yeah, Ellie and Engineer are like the hardest classes. If you start on them and you can handle them, it's really good because you'll get like good fundamentals. You'll basically get used to doing a lot of like slot skill, like kits and weapon skills, slotting out and swapping and whatnot. Like Elementalist having 4 times as many or 2 times as many weapon skills as normal classes. If you learn how to handle that, that's going to make every other class feel easy. And with Engie, learning how to use the kit swaps and whatnot. And just the fact that the rotation's like a lot of buttons. It's good practice. But if you're not careful, you'll basically just hate life and not want to play anything. Thanks, guys. I'm not sure where you guys all came from. Did some of the big channels just go offline or what? Okay, well, most of them did, yeah. I was like, why is everybody talking to me? It's weird. Yeah, give me a couple hours and I will be a more helpful streamer. I just woke... Well, I didn't just wake up, but I just started, so... I gotta get into a good flow. Just give me some time, you'll see. I do both, Chaos Blade. I'm just doing this mode because I'm grinding up claim tickets to get legendary armor. And there's like only so many you can grind in a week, so I do this mode until I'm capped, and then sometimes I go into PvE. But I'm getting so used to this mode that sometimes I go out into PvE and I don't know what I'm doing. Like, you get used to a mode. There was actually quite a few weeks of streams, actually quite a few months of streams, where I was just doing this mode all day, every day. And then the thought of going out and doing like fractals was like scary. NG's hard, yeah, people say it's hard. NG's actually one of the classes I've never used at all, but everyone says it's difficult. But I mean, it's good. It's difficult in the sense like it's good because it's difficult to play, but it's actually worth it. Like you do have to do a lot of stuff and you get rewarded for it. It's not how like Elementalist traditionally is, where it's like you can do a lot and still get, you know, absolutely wrecked. Like, you can make the argument that playing Elementalist is not worth the effort. I mean, not in all modes, but in general, it seemed to be like too much trouble for what it's worth. But now you can play like Hammer Catalyst, and then it's like all is right with the world, I guess. See, back in my day, we had Tempest and Weaver. Let me tell you, Chad, Tempest and Weaver were not it. Not back then, they weren't. And by back then, I mean like when did Heart of Thorns come out? The expansions are really core to getting the most out of your classes, so I'd say yeah, it's worth it. Expansions, yes. Living story, not necessarily. That can come in later. You don't need to have access to living story right off the bat. But expansions, you probably do want to have them. You can't access all the character builds until you have all the expansions, so it's really important.
Getting healthy.
Playing dead.
Okay. I think I'm all caught up.
Armor enhanced.
Yeah, so while I'm in here, I'm also putting off finishing Tangle Depths, which has about 25% of its map left. And I kind of logged out 2 days ago without finishing it. I just said, like, see ya. And now I still have it hanging over my head. It's the last map. I have the entire map cleared. Shit. Well, that's not good. Okay, run back. I swear to God, I haven't paid attention to this fight the entire time. Like, I've been in the mode for like half an hour now, and I haven't paid attention to one single solitary fight. I guess the rest of the squad got taken out too. It didn't seem like they had that much there. Maybe I should have looked up. Anyway, front door of hills is kind of a meme. The fact that you can go through on the side and just break through to the inner with the same 2 catapults is kind of unbeatable. Going through the front door kind of sucks. Yikes. Okay. Oh yeah, thanks to the follows, guys. Lighter and Darker. And Leah, thanks. I didn't see that, sorry. It kind of all came in at once. If you guys have any questions, you can keep asking. I don't really mind. Answering questions is a lot better than, you know, watching what's going on. Besides, it's good to test out what I know about this game, because I'm still learning also. There's a lot of stuff I know, but there's also a lot of stuff I have to learn.
Getting healthy. I am deathly hard.
Where did you go? Oh shit, that's a lot. If you're talking about your trade trees, you can respect them whenever you're out of combat. In fact, it's a big part of the game to be respecting builds constantly for different situations. As far as the skill points you get in this mode, like the World v. World skill points, you can reset them in a merchant. You have to spend spirit shards though, so they give you 1 free reset and then you gotta pay spirit shards. So it's best that you don't really do that. But the builds of the game, these are, whenever you're out of combat, you can switch them, you can hotkey these. Like, it's really important to have a lot of, because, you know, these are all trees. You can only have 3 of these at once, and you have to choose at all the tiers. So it's a lot of combinations. You can bind them to hotkeys, your equipment sets and your skill points. Very important to do. If you're gonna have a character that's ready for anything, you're probably gonna have like 4 or 5 builds. You know, arena PvP, World v. World Zerging, World v. World roaming, like open world PvE, open world support. Like, there's a lot of different stuff that you can have kind of in your back pocket to adapt to any situation. I mean, you can just spend your whole time running one build, but there might be situations where you need to change. You know, more sustain, more maneuverability, more support. All these things. Hi, Rick. You're yelling? Please do. I need to wake the fuck up. Chat, do you see this dog shit gameplay? In fact, no, you don't, because there is no gameplay. I've run into the group 10 times and died every time. It's amazing how we have so many people, and yet we seem to have no ability to do shit. I love it. Why today of all days we get cucked? Oh, wait, I know. It's because Maguma, chat. Maguma. You know what? Maguma could actually run on its own without being paired up with the server, and they'd probably still wipe our asses. I think by the end of this week, I'm going to be yelling and shitting my pants over Maguma. This is the first time I've ever had to fight them, and so far, it's everything and more that I was warned about. Let me guess, Nasus, you love it because I'm playing it, and you hate it because it's fucking dog shit. Yeah, this is bad. Maguma, dude. I still need to get the tickets. Yeah, we'll see. In my defense, I'm better at this mode because I've been practicing a lot, but this is making me look really bad. Because we're just losing every fight against green. They have really good, like, ability to disrupt. Like, there's not necessarily that many of them. Like, there's not, like, a ridiculous amount of them, but they all know how to play. Like, I'm jumping into groups, and I'm not really getting any kind of, like, leniency. It's I'm getting jumped on and, like, singled out properly, as if somebody was actually paying attention to the fight. Normally, you don't expect the team is actually paying that much attention. So, that's sort of causing a problem, because we can't really do it. We can't go anywhere. We can't get out of our spawn on Blue Borderlands. We can't get out of our spawn here. EBG is always eternally stun-locked, and Desert... Well, we own Desert, so there's no point. Like, all of our progress is on Desert. Like, this is fine. But now there's, like, nothing left to do here. So it's kind of like Alpine Borderlands try to bust out a spawn, or nothing. So, I don't know. Have you never seen this skin before? I have, like, the whole set. I have it on every mount. Once upon a time, I made several really questionable purchases. By the way, chat, I got a suggestion for you. Don't buy the Warclaw skin. It's really... Don't. You buy a skin for a mount that you only use in this mode and nowhere else.
Invigorating. Vision impaired.
Okay. Warclaw default skin is kind of ugly, though. That's the only problem. It's kind of disgusting. I guess you could dye it, though. It just looks kind of like crusty. I don't know. I mean, it doesn't matter how many mount skins that I have. I don't have Exosuit Skyscale because they never made it. So, just waiting for that, I guess. Yes, stay in a group. Just stay. Okay, never mind. Oh wait, I think I definitely have to switch on to Spectral Walk because there's no mercy here for my wells. I had no escape except Shroud. So, the wells are not really giving me much use. So I'll switch for now. And we're also moving maps to Desert. I guess Desert's the only place that feels safe. I guess what did they say? Better to be king of the trash heap. In this case, the Desert's the trash heap. Wait, how did they get so far? Oh, you're right, we have this one, right? No, it's not fun. Especially when you're streaming, it makes you look like an absolute shitter. And I am, but I'm trying very hard to hide it, so actually dying this much is really getting on my nerves. And for what? We're not dying for anything. We're not dying on the hill that liberates our nation, and we're dying just for no point. Just so Mag can go lol. So just Mag can be like lol. Like there's no winning here. Yeah, but 2 mobility skills is overkill. Like I need to have 2 wells. Actually, speaking of that, Yeah, I think I'm going to switch into using Corruption. This is a lot more useful as an opening salvo, because then it allows your other skills to actually hit. Like, you get to rip off 6 conditions, I think. How many pulses? 1 second, 5 seconds. So 6 times. So 6 boom corruptions. You hit this down and then start using Well of Suffering. At least make sure this can actually hit. And then 1 mobility skill. I mean, you can make arguments about what's better, Worm or Spectral Walk, but I kind of like this a bit more. I mean, I run both on Harbinger, which is great, but I do want to keep some of the wells up. Part of the reason why I'm running this build is to have a bit more AoE coverage, like some wells, all staff skills, and then Shroud in and Spin. And if there's any chance to win a fight, that's how it's going to go, but yeah. We establish Set the Dagger, just because it's long range disruption. Because Stab is 1200 range, Scepter's not. Plus, this is a power build, so Scepter's not as good. An actual Boom Corruption build, I'm pretty sure, does run Scepter, because you trait into actually removing removing light boons, but I don't have any of that. I'm just pure damage. Yeah, this isn't like a typical Core Necro or Reaper like Boom Corruption build. It's basically just like Reaper damage. Oh, thanks for following, man. My fella. Yeah, I've been kind of thinking like about, just because I play this build almost every day, and I'm thinking like, is this really the most useful thing I could do? And it's like, maybe, maybe not. Because Necro, you always see them running like Boom Corruption, but you have to sacrifice so much to Boom Corrupt. You have to sacrifice all your safety and all your mobility. And it's like, I'm trying to run like my best, like a Bruiser build that allows me to actually apply at least a bit of damage at all range. And sort of going within that framework, I think this is probably the best you're going to be able to do. Like Scepter / Axe Focus. Reaper, just slot it out for like a shit ton of sustain and Shroud gauge building. I think it's pretty much the most optimal you're going to get for that kind of idea. Again, the build is almost finished. I just want to get some of my Ruby Rolled infusions. I have a couple, but I want to slot out my entire kit with this. Just makes taking towers and forts a bit easier. But other than that, I think the build does everything that I could want it to do and more. I'm kind of concerned because when I start running other builds, I'm going to constantly be comparing it to how easy this build is to play. So I'm kind of spoiling myself here. Come back after 10 years. Yeah, everybody today is going Necro. This is like a Necro day. Or maybe this channel is just attracting Necro mains because the title says Necro. But either way, it's like, I don't know what it is. I mean, I run Elementalist for years, and then 2 years ago, switched to Necro, and now Necro is my main. Like, Necro just kind of sucks you in. I guess it's like the perfect 2 brain cells class to play. But the reason why it works is because it's not like it's a bad class and it's easy. It's easy and it works. It's easy and it can still be like a DPS tank and healer. Like, it can still do everything in the game. You can run like a Scourge minion build and solo whatever you want. You can be a Reaper in raids and do a bunch of damage. You can be like a healer support on Scourge. You're a great duelist on Harbinger, like one of the best duelists in the game on Harbinger. And none of this stuff is very hard to play, so it's like, why wouldn't you play Necro? Like, just play Necro. Might have been a better investment to learn something like Revenant. Because I wanted to see how good Renegade was at soloing. I guess since I finished my Deadeye build, at least like the exotic version of it, I have that down. I have that ready. I already finished, basically finished a Zerging build for Vindicator. Maybe it wouldn't be that hard to get a a renegade build. But the problem is it's all condition damage, right? Like, so I don't really have any condition damage gear. Especially not any condition ascended gear. New player in general? Well, I guess the first bit of advice is don't worry about anything until you hit 80. Like, don't stress about your builds or your gear too much until you hit 80. Just focus on, like, you know, enjoying it, learning the basics. The game starts at 80. It's like any MMO. The game starts when you're at the last level. It's especially true for like all the Guild Wars games 1 and 2, is that the tutorial really is like the level cap. In Guild Wars 1, the tutorial was level 1 to 20. And that's when you learn like, oh, the game is going around and collecting skills and doing all these things. In Guild Wars 2, you get to 80 and you realize, oh, the game is collecting gear and trying out builds and running collections. So so that's my first advice. Don't worry about min-maxing anything until you're 80, at least. I mean, there's lots of tips I could give you, but that's probably the most important, I think. Well, as far as advising people on Necro, I think I'm pretty confident. The only thing I don't know is Scourge. I mean, I know Scourge, but I don't play Scourge. The other three, I do know quite a bit about.
Oh, I know of a good use for
At least enough to pass, like, a lie detector. I don't know. I could fool myself into thinking I know a lot about it. Other than that, though, I know a bit about Vindicator. And I know 2 Mesmer builds, Core and Mirage. I know how to play Firebrand and Dragon Hunter on Guardian, and Core Guardian. I know how to play Deadeye on Thief. I don't really know how to play the other Thief builds, though. Probably not even really Core, to be honest. Just I know how to play Gun. Gun Thief, that's what I know. And I think that's probably about it. There's still a lot of classes I have to practice, but you know, you have to take your time, because if you're not spending money on the game, you don't have like infinite gear sets to try out all classes and all builds. Plus, it also costs money to buy additional character slots so that you can even have one of every class. Because how many character slots do you start with? Like 5, 6? Anyway, you need like 9, and I have 7. So, I've never rolled a warrior or an NG, so I know nothing about warrior or NG. Kind of sucks though. I recently learned that Spellbreaker is actually pretty damn good, and I want to try it. But no warrior build. Or no warrior slot. 2. Yeah, 2. Just as many brain cells as I have. 4? I bought them over the years, and I didn't remember that I did. So yeah, I forgot how many you actually start with. But point is, not enough to try every class. Not even close. Thanks for follow, Marble Bro. Yeah, I don't like Dragon Hunter. I wanted to. The idea of having like a holy bowman, but just the entire concept doesn't really work because you never really want to use bow. It's like, damn it, I want to use the bow, but the bow's not good. I was excited to try a Dragon Hunter in a Zerg in World v World, and then it's like, well, you're actually still just running with a tag, laying down traps. And it's like, well, if I'm not using the bow, fuck, man. Same old story. Firebrand is like my favorite aesthetic, but playing the class, I don't actually like it. Well, did I say Firebrand? I meant Guardian in general. And Firebrand is so good, and yet the playstyle is not really my favorite. It's just kind of frustrating. Sometimes you find something that's like so good in one way, and then you don't like it. It just kind of sucks. Yeah, Teapot's like a huge streamer. He's like, yeah, he's still on. They're doing like a talk show or something. Yeah, but he's exactly right. The range fantasy in this game is if you have the ranged weapon, you're still standing in a ball because you want to be able to maximize boons from your allies. So the more you stand back, it's not just your damage, it's everything. You don't get like protection, you don't get Aegis, you don't get like might or fury or anything. You don't get any buffs. And the chances you'll get singled out and killed is higher too. So everybody wants to sit in a ball. And it's like kind of sucks that they made things that way. It's like, could they not have just increased the radius of applying boons? Like, balance it so that makes sense, so that people can actually stand back and do, like, the class fantasy. I mean, FF14 is all based around, you know, synchronizing buff windows. But they made it work. You know, you get the proper fantasy of playing a ranged character in FF14. I mean, pretty much. You're not all, like, constantly stacked up doing shit all. Well, to be honest, in raids, I guess you kind of are, but... Yeah, Guild Wars 2 is that you want to be ranged, you stand right next to the boss, and you just fire up his asshole. Yeah, and that does kind of suck, because playing a ranger is a nice feeling, but how many games actually give you, like, the ranger fantasy? Like, playing Deadeye in raids, I mean, do you even use your gun, to be honest? Like, do you actually use your gun as a Deadeye? Because if you are, I'm guessing you're doing it right in melee. You're just sniping at point-blank range. And some classes actually get damage bonuses when they're far away. So it's like the fantasy is there, but it's like the rest of the game design kind of, like, contradicts it. Anyway. Sounds like I'm complaining. I'm just kind of like... Well, because I am. I am complaining. It's just a weird decision. It's like the right hand does one thing, the left hand does another. Yeah, Dragon Hunter can roam also, but I basically was under the impression that really there aren't any great roaming Guardian builds. Like, there are Guardian roaming builds, but none of them are like super amazing. Maybe Willbender. But the idea of running Dragon Hunter roaming build doesn't really excite me that much. Yeah, well, there is at least one Firebrand Zerg build. But yeah, it involves like, you know, you can shoot them with the bow until you're ready to actually go into the Zerg, and then you just run with the tag and use traps. I was thinking it might be more fun to run a Berserker in a Zerg, where you can at least get cleave off of your, whatever the move is. It's not Arc Divider, it's something else. It's their other skill, it's just this line AoE, cleave, and it looks hilarious. So I want to give that a shot if I can, at some point. The tag is long gone. Where did he go? Yeah, it's different. Adjusting to Guild Wars is definitely a process. There's not very many games like this. Not even Guild Wars 1 is like this. This game is even different from its precursor. Okay, we're going to get... oh! There's food on a plate. Peppercorn. Guild Banner. Well, since I got that, I'll use the Sharpening Stone. Make sure that I'm optimal. I'm now the best possible version of Necro. I just have to get my 25 stacks and we're good to go. Yeah, we're fighting Mag. I didn't realize until I realized we were losing every single battle against Green, and not even by like a small amount. These guys are fucking lethal. So it's like we'll try to stay out of their way, but they're everywhere. I wish they'd stay on Stone Mist and just leave the other maps alone. This is Gate of Maguma, right? This is like the Mag. These are the guys. Right, I didn't think we'd ever get this far. I was like, IOJ is so mid, we probably never ever gonna have to fight Mag, but we are. And it sucks. It sucks just as much as people said that it would. And I've only been here an hour, so. But this is blue. Blue compared to Mag is... Wait a second. Wait, isn't Blackgate also a high tier server as well? Like, I thought these are the two servers you can't even really join because they're just... Right. Wait, so I think we're up against two servers that are just son of a bitch. Well, the colors change every week, then. Server has nothing to do with color. It's about, like, your ranking. And that changes every week. Now watch as I ruin your joke by trying to explain it. Great. So this is as far as we get. This is as far as we go up the ranking, and then we never get to dethrone these guys. Well, I guess it's not just them. They're paired up with another server as well, but I'm not sure they need them. I think Maguma could probably go on its own and still be okay. Well, we'll see. For me, this is the weird thing, is that the stream content doesn't get any better if I'm fighting against harder servers. Like, nobody's paying attention to the battles. So, I almost pray that we fight bad servers so I have time to, you know, roll shit and talk to chat. Going tryhard against Maguma is not going to make my life any better. In fact, it's actively making it worse. Ironic, Gate of Maguma would always be green. Makes sense. Anyway, chat, since the content is going to be certified grade A dog shit, you might as well keep me talking. Just talk about whatever you want. All I got to focus on is keeping my progress up so that I can get tickets as fast as possible and get out of this mode. We'll go back to farming some open world collections or something. Gotta finish map completion, and then I gotta do some strikes, and then I have to make a costume, and then we'll see. In 2 days, there's gonna be new content, so we'll have new story to do. Probably gonna be like boring streams, but at least it's gonna be new. New map, new story. It's gonna be the first time that I've been streaming Guild Wars when new content's actually come out. It'll become a first for me. We'll get to see how like inundated Twitch becomes with content and indies. Because when new patches come out in 14, you know, the channels have like 50,000 viewers. On Guild Wars 2, I don't know exactly what happens. Yeah, weekly reset. Wait, not the, like actual weekly? Wait, what am I doing? Yeah, not this, but the chest reset. It's pretty much about all I can handle. 14 was borderline for a long time. And Guild Wars 2 is okay. Like, I want to stream Blue Protocol when it comes out, but that's probably not going to be a good idea. Because that game's going to be super popular, and I'm afraid that I'm going to play it, and I'm going to want to enjoy the game. And then if I stream it, and it doesn't go well, it's going to ruin my experience of the game. It kind of sucks that that's kind of like a dilemma you have to think about. That you wrap up the enjoyment of a game with, like, your stream status. Yeah. It does look good. And even if it's not, like, genre-defining best game of all years, it'll be a good distraction until, like, bigger MMOs come out. By which I mean the Riot MMO. The Riot MMO is probably going to be like the genre-defining, decade-defining MMO, and the rest of them are going to be like, they'll be there. Like, that's the best you can say about them, they'll be there. Well, it's Sunday, and if it's going to reset, it's going to be in 3 hours. But JK, I don't actually know when any of the resets happen, because they're kind of like weird, right? 14 is kind of like this too. It's like, why couldn't you just reset things on Monday? Like, why does it have to be so, like, why do there have to be like several different rolling resets going on where you don't even know when you can do something unless you like memorize this Excel spreadsheet? Like, there's a whole site dedicated to 14 that shows when all the different resets happen, and it's kind of a long page. Friday? Well, then is it the did I just like manage to do these and not even realize it, or what? No, because I still have 41 gold. So the weekly, I don't think the weekly already reset. Because you guys remember 2 days ago or 3 days ago, I was like going to get the last thing for weekly. Because I thought it was going to reset in a few hours. Guess I was wrong. Yeah, see, yeah, well the maps. Yeah, there's the map, the chests, the weekly 8 gold. I guess it just couldn't be simple and everything just kind of like rotate on like, you know, reset on Sunday, like 8 p.m. my time Sunday, everything resets. I guess it's too complicated. But the way I understand it is that the World v. World achievements reset on like a normal weekly basis. The World v. World chests reset on Friday. And yeah. Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, 100% of the time I'm correct. No percent of the time. Thanks for the follow, IMA. Chat, we're fighting blue, so we might win. Best I can hope for on these circumstances, really. But yeah, these guys aren't pushover. I mean, Blackgate's not like some literal Who server. Thanks for the follow, Darktown. I wish I had 101 Dalmatians. I mean, there was something to be said about staggering content, but here's the thing. I don't know if me personally, if it makes a difference. Like, when there's rolling resets at several times during the week, I'm still playing the game a lot. But it's almost more annoying. You have to either wait until they've all reset and go in and have a power session, or you're logging in to have like slightly extended gaming sessions several times a week. Holy shit, dude. Merciless. Oh, fuck my ass with a shoe. I wish we were Blobgate. Yikes. Yikes, shaking and crying, chat. I guess this is going to be educational for anybody who hasn't fought any of these servers before. This is what you're going to be up against. We need like an actual CFO in this game.
Goodbye.
We need like drill sergeants. We need to like actually like train people. We need to have like military level training to go up against these servers. And just think, this is my survivability Reaper. Imagine if I was running something specialized like full Berserker Trap Dragon Hunter. Or like, well, that's pretty much the worst, honestly. Or like running full Boonstrip Scourge with like no maneuverability. Like an actual meta build, quote unquote meta build, I wouldn't survive 2 seconds. Yeah, that would require people to stop treating the game like a game, which is always a slippery line. At the end of the day, maybe this is just like fucking military grade copium, but I almost feel sorry for people who are like that far into a game. It's like, yeah, kind of impressive that Maguma has these commanders, but it's like the amount of hours it takes out of their week and the amount of brain power they have to like siphon into this 10-year-old MMO. in order to stay on top. It's pretty obsessive, I gotta say. The history of Maguma. Well, I guess it all started when the Fire Nation attacked.
That was a blast.
Yeah, but I feel like these are the kind of guys that enjoy, like, committing war crimes, you know? Like, they got bullied really hard in school, and now they have to make up for it by dominating.
Always keep the enemy guessing.
Dominating a world. Anyway, I'm always saying that. That's why I prefaced it. Military-grade copium. This is something you say when you're bad and you're mad, and you need to just, like, frantically search for excuses. Yes, but also probably true. Actually true. An actual, like, Guild Wars 2 angel investor. There's kind of like tiers of sweatiness when it comes to games. Like 14 has become pretty sweaty. Don't get me wrong. Like the world first races now are just so fucking sweaty, just buckets of sweat. But we can't forget how sweaty like top tier Eve players are. Nobody's ever going to beat Eve. But I think top tier Guild Wars 2 probably is a bit sweatier than top tier 14. I guess that's what happens when you have a game that's more of a game and less of a story game. But nobody beats Eve. Like, Eve, literally people go to war in real life and thousands of dollars wasted. People, think about it this way, people have literally gone bankrupt over playing in business, like playing in Corps and Eve Online, so... Pretty hard to top that, to be honest. Well, I guess if you take away like any amount of sanity to it and you just ask the question, what's the best way to stay on top of this PvP game mode, then the answer is you have to do stuff like that. Like, any means necessary really does mean any means necessary. We'll metagame, we'll do shit in and out of the game. We'll do whatever we can to have the best people, and they gotta be the sweatiest. And then we will be able to beat Maguma. I guess the question is, like, how far are you willing to go? And they found their answer. And the funny thing is that there aren't even really any rewards for doing that. Like, what does Maguma get for being Maguma? Hey, wait a sec. I should probably actually go and get one of these ruins for real, because it's part of a daily, which is going to reset in 45 minutes. Well, yeah, bragging rights to other tryhards. I kind of have a weird relationship with like the whole idea of bragging rights in games, because I always tried to like in games try to attain something that nobody else has attained, and for me, I've never done it, and even when I did, nobody cared. So it's probably not like really a good thing to do. This is like rich for me to say, but maybe if you have that kind of mindset, you should work towards getting something outside of the game. Seeking actual real happiness in the meat space. Yeah. As if any of us are going to do that. What's up, Gull? Gamer? Quote unquote gamer, I guess. Chad, I'm not really a gamer, I'm more of a poser. Like, the game is up, and I guess I'm playing it, but can I call myself a gamer? You consider yourself lucky. I wonder how many SSRs you can roll in Genshin Impact. If you feel like you're a lucky person, play some gachapon. You'll see how lucky you are. Dude, a nap is not... That's a whole ass coma, right? Hey chat, what's your record for like going to bed and then like never wake up, and just like how long you've stayed in a coma? I was gonna say like how long did you sleep, but I mean like how long did you sleep for like and then not wake up at all? Not wake up at all. 19. That's about my record, yeah, 19. Happened once. Oh boy, I get ganked on the fucking fuck. Dude, if I get shot down from here, it's over. I'm ending it. Dude. 2 days is like you must have been sick. Like 2 days is like your body is like, fuck it, I need some time. I'm very sick. What's up, Kanadachi? Alcohol poisoning. Yeah, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have made you drink that. Now it's very confusing when you go to bed at a certain like light level and then you wake up at the same light level. It's like, what fucking year is it? Although I'm kind of used to that. Like, you're supposed to wake up to light. But I never do because I can't sleep when there's any amount of light. So I tend to like go just sleep in the dark and wake up in the dark. It's not the most healthy. There's something like very specific about like morning light that if you don't get it, the chances your day will get fucked up is pretty high. But most people don't see morning light in the morning at all. Like it's like that's kind of like special if you do that. It's like your brain needs it to actually finish waking up, and if you don't do it the rest of the day, it's like wonky. When I get out of this place, I'm gonna go to a place that has like a balcony, and I'm gonna like wake up in the morning and go on the balcony. I can't do it now because I'm afraid if I step outside here, someone's gonna try to talk to me, and then I'll have to like pretend like I want to be there and then rush back inside. Yeah, it's really confusing when you sleep for a long time and you wake up and you're still tired. And it's like, what the fuck? How much more do you need? But sometimes you sleep under the wrong circumstances. It doesn't really matter like how much you get. You're gonna feel groggy unless you like get some light in your eyes. Like fast. Well, it's not just vitamin D. Or maybe it's just like this roundabout thing to vitamin D, but it's like... How would I describe it? It's like the particular wavelength of the light you get at a specific time in the morning around sunrise. And also the fact that when you go outside, like the amount of lumens you're getting is kind of like, you can't match that with like a vitamin lamp or whatever. Like honestly, the way the science is going now, it's like they seriously can't replicate it properly. It's like the best way to wake up is to actually go outside when the sun's rising. Although on the other hand, I really should get like a wake up lamp. I think it'd be really helpful. Just to have some light in the morning, or whenever you get up. Better than going to sleep in pitch darkness and waking up in pitch darkness. Well, I guess for me, the minute I wake up, I just turn on the computer anyway, so... Just got like a blast of blue light. It's like, take that, brain. You wanted lights? Here's some light. Well, it would be okay if talking to most people wasn't really dreadfully boring. Although, chat, I think I have hit somewhat of an epiphany that I realized, like, I'm not the most interesting person to talk to. So it's like I kind of try to be more humble about, like, not finding other people interesting. Because it's like, well, how interesting are you really? So I try to be, like, more, like, grounded about it. But it still doesn't stop the fact that, like, talking small talk with people is, like, the worst shit ever. I hate it. It's so awful. Makes me want to die. When I talk to people, I like to get right into it. Like, I like to go deep. I like to, like, meet someone and be like, hi, and then, like, jump into some, like, deep bullshit. Because it's like, you know, time's a wasting, right? Like, you know, you're only gonna have so many good conversations in your life. You probably should try to have as many as you can and get to them as fast as possible. That's why people don't want to talk to me. I'm weird. But yeah, that's sort of what's at the core of it. It's like you'll only have so many hours in your life, so try to have every conversation be like mind-blowing, mind-shattering, just fucking blow your asshole out. Although when you do that, you tend to like know who your friends are. Because if you meet somebody who's okay with that, you'll be best friends forever. You'll have like quality friends instead of having quantity friends. No, it's psychological and it's also like it's biological. Because for like 200,000 years, humans were always going to bed when it was dark and getting up when it was bright. So the brain evolved to be like, yeah, we're not starting the day. Like the brain knows the day is going to start when it gets the morning light. So it's not just placebo, it's actually like physiological, not just psychological. And there's a lot of things in the body that are like that, and you know, God only knows how many. Lots of stuff. There's like a lot of like really specific things that humans can do to be optimal, and it's all based around like evolution. And when we started living like in agriculture and like going into cities and stuff, we kind of lost that because we didn't need to do stuff like that anymore. And I think we're kind of suffering for it. But it's not like go back to the old ways. It's not like, you know, her technology, civilization bad. It's just that there's things that were good for us that we don't really know, like, we kind of left them all behind at once. And, you know, we still sort of need some of those things. Like, until we become, like, cyborgs and, like, jack into the internet forever, there is, like, a physiological effect of talking to somebody face-to-face that actually just makes the conversation better. So just stuff like that. Like, physical conversation is actually, like, really good for the brain. Although generally for people nowadays, it's like get any conversation you can, because a lot of people are just not having conversations anymore. So it's like you gotta have something. Like even a bad conversation is better than nothing. Anyway, chat, let's pull back out of the dog shit that I'm getting myself into. Let's talk about Guild Wars and Guild Wars accessories. Otherwise, I'm gonna keep going down this rabbit hole. How's the weather? I don't know. I don't go outside. I'm assuming it's the apocalypse out there. Which actually, this winter, it really has been the apocalypse, like quite a few times.
There's the power.
No, I stay inside. I'm not going out there. Although I'm kind of glad that winter is coming to a close. It's been kind of a rough one for me. I'm not like usually one of those guys that's like seasonal affective disorder bullshit, but it's definitely been a hard winter. Some of you guys know why it was a hard winter for me. I'm not going to talk about it, but all I can say is I'm glad for it to be over. I think spring will be nice, and hopefully I'm out of here before summer, because summer was like super hot and there's no air conditioning, so I'd like to be in a better place before like June, May, June, before it starts to get absolutely blistering in here. And that's what they got you doing now, Top Bat. You're sitting in a chair counting snowflakes, huh? Well, isn't the new content coming out on Tuesday, not just the trailer? Like, isn't the content update the 28th? Ginsu, this is why I say I know stuff, and I don't like follow what I know. There's knowing, and then there's knowing. And I don't find that the benefits of going outside and potentially getting stabbed is enough to counterweight the fact that it'll help me wake up a bit better in the morning. I'm in survival mode right now. Every day is just surviving. And then one day soon I'll be able to thrive again. You survive so that you can thrive. Relatable, yeah. We all live in fear of getting stabbed. I mean, not really, but kind of also, yeah. Actually, really. So until like the ceiling starts leaking, I'm not going outside. England wasn't always like that. England used to be a nice place. All we had was endless monarchs waging war and rivers of blood. What an age that was. I don't know, I'm sure if you live in a nice part of England, it would be just fine. Some nice rural community. You're a big guy. For you? I don't think that I would be at risk of actually getting stabbed, but since I have a paranoid personality, I'm like a lot more risk averse than somebody else would normally be. So even though this is a relatively safe area, it's just you can sort of think yourself into like a spot where you think it's really dangerous. It'd be worse if I was living in a place that actually was dangerous, because then I would be like hyper paranoid. Be like setting up the palisades or whatever.
And that's how amazing I am.
I'm not sure that Elon's Neuralink is going to be able to fix like... Well, actually, he's saying it can fix anything, but he's overselling it. Which I guess is part of the fantasy. I think the first application in Neuralink was going to be to help people who are paralyzed get their movement back and help people who are blind get their eyesight back. But he's talking about like he wants to eventually be like the end-all be-all, like hypercharge your entire brain. But one step at a time. I'm not even sure if like that's seriously his focus more over than the rockets. But I'll take the chip. I'm not one of those guys that's like for government control. It's like there's things that I want, and if I need a chip to get them, I'll take the fucking chip, dude. It can't get any worse than the non-chipless mock existence. So give me the chip. Give me chips and dip. Give me the chip. Literally, yeah, he'll give them the technology, and then fucking literally Mihoyo is going to take it and make Sword Art Online. And that's going to be the dystopia we're going to be finding ourselves in. And speaking of England, people don't like England because it has a lot of rain. But my ancestors are British, so that doesn't bother me. I don't mind the cloudy days. I'd probably be like decently happy living in Britain. Warlord. Greaves. Anything good? Yes, actually. I should save this for later. Well, it's rainy enough that the people who lived on Britain evolved very pale skin. So, it's got to be rainy enough that, like, there's so little sunlight that you are paler because your ancestors live there. So, it's enough for that to be a factor. Although with, if you believe in climate change, which is not my spot to say yay or nay, the climate's not really the same as it has been. It goes through phases. So maybe Britain's getting less rain than it was before, who knows? Can I get a K Kona in chat?
Accelerating.
Climate deniers, weird champ.
Never felt better.
Eco-terrorists, weird champ. George Soros, weird champ.
Powerful combination.
Sick 'em.
Never felt better.
The Light District is where they keep all the lakes. Amy Tobat, I know your job's not very exciting because you watch my dog shit content. So I'm fully aware. I got you, man. Say no more. Say less. You guys think World War III is coming? To be honest, I thought that they were going to settle this whole thing a bit faster. Like, they were going to, like, cede some territory and then the war would be over. But it's actually going on longer than I thought. And the longer it goes on, the more nervous I get. Because you know that the longer wars goes on, the more unpredictable things can end up. We had a 5-year war that ended up with, like, atomic bombs. So you just never know. A part of me is, like, excited that something's going on. But a part of me is like, what the fuck, dude? It's war. Don't be excited. And then the other part of me is like, well, you can't do anything anyway, so just, like, sit down and enjoy the ride. And then the other part of me is like, but the ride could be shitty and full of fucking death and horrors beyond comprehension. And then the last 99% of me is like, lol. So, I don't know what's gonna happen. Good, we finally got the tower. We got the tower. Lol. Yeah, Ukraine, where else?
Statistically speaking, this is rather rare.
It's a weird case, dude. There's nothing harder in your life than being someone who likes to steel man things, because every time I think about stuff like that, it's like, well, what's the case for Ukraine? What's the case for Russia? So, it's kind of rough when you try to understand both sides. Because there is something to be understood about both sides, for sure. Both sides are running the never-ending propaganda machine. So it's kind of hard to know what's true. But I hope it ends soon. Because it's kind of getting out of hand.
Getting healthy.
See, well, now you got people who don't even really know, like, what technology we have. It's like, people think that the military is hiding, like, this super advanced technology because there's all those things about UFO and UAVs and fucking weather balloons. These, like, the most scientifically advanced weather balloons you've ever seen in your entire life. So the public doesn't even really have any kind of, like, reasonable, like, litmus test for, like, what tech we actually have in the first place. Must be confusing to be like a normie who just reads the newspaper and then tries to figure out what's going on. That must be pretty, interesting. Yeah, I know. I'm just expanding on your point. I'm just saying, like, you know... Well, actually, I'm not sure what I was saying. I don't say much. I just talk. Derails, hi derails. Derails, welcome to chat because there's no game going on. This is just chat. This mode is busted. We're up against the 2 highest ranked servers in the game and we're not getting shit done. These fuckers. I finally get to fight them, and it was not the exciting romp that I hoped that it was going to be. Yeah, pretty much. It seems like the only thing we're able to do is go to the desert and keep the desert capped. Yeah, they still haven't taken the desert. Nobody cares about the desert. They'll let us have that. Yeah, I know, Todd, but I'm just saying in general. I'm just saying, like, generally. Because there's times in the week I'm streaming and you're watching me and it's like, well, if you had something better to do, you wouldn't be watching this absolute dogshit content. I'm trying to, like, picture my other characters about, like, what I need. Because the Deadeye is finished. Like, as far as exotics, the Deadeye is finished. So what would I need to build next? I guess I could start building up a condition damage build for Druid, but I'm not really sure if that's what I want. I want to run like Minstrel Druid or like Trailblazer Druid. I don't know. I don't want to make a choice and regret it. Just absolute dog shit. I gotta stop saying dog shit. Dog shit's become like the most like easy go-to fucking... Watch too much XQC. Well, I am doing that, but that's just golden tickets, pretty much, right? I mean, I have all my gear. For that, like, I have all the ascended precursors. Unless I was to start, like, gathering new precursors. But I've actually unlocked all the precursors. So, you know. Any exotics I get are going to be, like, actually used on a character at some point. Yeah, but dog water is funny, but the fact that it's only a thing because they're trying to say dog shit on YouTube without getting demonetized, like, it's basically just because they don't want to get censored. Kind of takes the fun out of it when it's something that appears just so that they can get around, like, corporate dog shittery. Corporate dog watery. Anyway, you want to have, like, your original stuff, but it's just really easy to talk like everybody else you're around. So kind of hard to not do that. I need to come up with a new dictionary of my own things. No, I didn't say I was going to do it. I said I'm finished. I know, there's another set that's like a different skin, but I said I'm done with the precursors. I have all the ascendeds. In fact, my Harbinger is wearing all of them. So they're all here. The next step is to combine these. I'm guessing is to combine these with the gifts, and then it just outputs the armor in the Mystic Forge. I'm guessing. But that's gonna be a long step also, because yeah, it's basically just golden tickets. I think I'm actually halfway through the tickets. Yeah, I think I'm like halfway done. Because I've lost track of how many weeks it's been, but it's been quite a few weeks. If I look back, it's been quite a few weeks of capping tickets. Yes. Yes, absolutely. I kind of do have a Moxtionary, but I'm not allowed to show it to anybody because it's cringe. I have a lot of things I can't show stream because they're very cringe. I don't know. I got enough Grandmaster Marks to buy all the gear. I need more. I have a bunch of... I have 20 of these, so I can get 2 free of whatever I want. So that's about how much I have. But again, that kind of just comes down to gold as well. And like some dark matter or whatever, but I have plenty of that stuff. Like I have shit tons of dark matter and like clovers and all these things. Obsidian shards. I have 750 obsidian shards. So I'm good on those. I kind of want to start working on the back piece, but I can't even buy the proper ranks until I hit 350. I wanted to get the Ascended back piece for Harbinger, stat at Celestial, and then I'll have it to turn it into the back piece or whatever. So I was like, I could take a detour for that. But that is a lot of tickets, because the price goes up every time. Like I think I have to spend all of them, all the ones I have now to get the Ascended back piece. So like pretty close. When they put that behind a rank wall? I don't know. In fact, I'm not even sure they did. Somebody just told me that. I mean, I assume they weren't lying. I mean, why would you ever go on the internet and lie? Yeah, I think I have 1 stack of memories, but I was gonna spend them on World v World infusions. Because I'll need to get those at some point. Back to the desert. What's going on in the desert? True. You'll have a lot less stress if you just believe everything anybody tells you on the internet. No, I agree because I know I can't just stop and research everything everybody says. So I always just go look it up later. But in this case, I didn't. It'd be easy if the only thing you needed to spend on the back piece was just tickets. But I feel like once you get to the last step, it's going to involve like a bunch of other stuff. And the funny thing is you can't even tell in advance from the merchant how much the next step's going to cost. So you have to look it up on the wiki. So I could end up using up all my tickets and not even get the thing that I want to get. Dude, I should teleport. What am I doing? We have all the waypoints because we've had T3 on these places for years. Dude, the ornamental golem placements. There was like 15 golems on one of the Borderlands. They were just sitting there. Like somebody was having a lot of fun. I guess you couldn't bring them anywhere because if we stepped outside the spawn, we would get destroyed. So they just like stacked up a bunch of golems. Bit of both, Chaos Blade. There's a lot of cash shop outfits, but there's also a lot of stuff that you grind from doing collections. So it really depends. I mean, the stuff from the cash shops is often very elaborate, but there's kind of a downside. Because once you buy an outfit from the cash shop, that's all your character can wear. It has to be the whole set or none of the set. The only thing you can add to an outfit is a cape. But anything else you get in the real game, well, when I say cash shop, I mean like an outfit. But any kind of like individual pieces you get in the game itself, you can mix and match those, which kind of makes them somewhat better. It really just all depends on the person. That if you find something you like the look of, it might be an outfit or it might be a combination of Dude, that guy just... Okay. Yeah. Yeah, it might be an outfit or it might just be a combination of like actual gear. So, I can't really answer that for you completely. I mean, this costume here on my Asura, this is an outfit. So this looks really good, but this is all one costume. And I don't have the option to change anything about it. I can't even use like a different headpiece. The only headpiece I could use would be the actual costume's headpiece, which I don't really like that much. And I can use a cape if I want. But that's basically it. It's either cape or no cape, and then it's the whole outfit. So that makes it kind of tough. See, 14 has costumes like that too, but they're not very rare. They're not like super common, I should say. Like in 14 in the cash shop, if you buy an outfit that's basically the costume of another main character, you usually have to wear the entire costume. But they often also release things that are like, you spend like 20 bucks and you buy a set and it has like 4 pieces in it, like the boots, pants, chest, you know, whatever. And then you can use those individually as if they were like an armor set. So 14's a lot more lenient about it. Guild Wars is kind of like, you get the outfit and I hope you like the whole thing. But if you go to your bank and you check the armor gallery, every piece in there is not a costume, and there's like shit tons of like actual real armor, which you can get from anywhere, like Collections, achievements, random drops.
Never felt better.
Events. My Guardian is actually completely made up of armor pieces. And I was like really specific about it, so it looks cohesive. It looks like one outfit, but some armor weights, it's easier to make good looking costumes than other ones. And also, costumes and armors always look different on different races. So it's always a different model when it's on a different character. Yeah, transmogs, you use transmutation charges. And any piece of armor you ever found and you get the skin, it's permanently unlocked for use for the transmutation charge. So it is more like WoW. I'm not sure if Guild Wars 2's glamour system is like the best in any MMO, but it's quite good. Like the dye system and the transfusion system are, I like them. I don't really have any problems with them.
Accelerating.
Yeah, because sometimes it can take a lot of work to get it like one piece of an armor. Like I've unlocked a lot of stuff in this game over 10 years, but like hardly any compared to how many there actually are. And sometimes you make a whole new character and you're like, okay, so let's start from scratch. Let's make an outfit out of the best possible pieces. So you go through your bank and you look at all the stuff you don't have and you're like, oh shit. To finish this glamour, I need to do like this many weeks or whatever. Which is good, I mean, but it can happen. Because there's just so many options. The only thing I wish they had was more helmets that don't hide your hair, because there's like very few of those. A lot of helmets look cool, but they completely like cover your character's entire head. And it's like, for what purpose? The point of playing an MMO is so you can look at your character's pretty face. Like if you're gonna cover it up. God damn it. You know what's funny about the back piece is it's not even that good compared to other trinkets, and yet it's like a son of a bitch to get it. Like the back piece for some reason is so important. Like the stats are really low compared to the other trinkets. Yeah, and not even as many infusion slots as rings. It's like, god damn it. That is a goal, but it's pretty far down the line. Because it is a legendary, but it's not... I mean, having a slot selectable back piece, it's like, oh boy. I guess the only thing that makes it kind of good is that when you have a stat selectable back piece, you don't have to like actually buy them from other places, because finding ascended back pieces in this game is kind of a bitch. Like, as far as in my experience, getting a good back piece is not as accessible as getting other ones. Like, you can just straight up, like, buy rings and accessories from a Laurel vendor, right? But the back piece, like, God forbid. I guess the amulet is, like, a bit more, but still, like, laurels and ectoplasm, and then these ones are just laurels. Something like that. But the back piece is an outlier. Legendary underwater breather. Can you imagine, dude? I guess now that I think about it, yeah, they don't have one of those, do they? They just, you stop at Ascended. Yeah, you keep saying that, Ginsu, but I'm pretty sure you can get all of them now. Like, we can go have a look at the vendor, and it's like, you can tell me what you think, but I was looking at the vendor, I'm like, isn't this everything? I'm like, amulet, ring, accessory, back pieces. Well, when I say easy, I mean like one-stop shop. Like, you can go to a Laurel vendor and buy all your Ascended trinkets. Like, there's no way you can get it easier than that. If there's like another way to get an Ascended back piece that's easier than that, I'd like to know about it. Because I was told the best way to do it is to do map currencies. Which is easy somewhat, but still involves, like, you know, being time gated and stuff. You're talking legendary. Okay, then yeah, probably. Yeah, we did talk about that. Rings, armor, weapons. Armors. Armors, rings, back piece. And then the rest of it needs outside stuff. So Baron, correct me if I'm wrong. The easy methods of getting a set and a back piece still involve doing like living story currency farming, right? The funny thing about that is that I have like a lot of all of them, but not enough to get any one thing. It's like I'm almost there on all of them. I need to go to like ore and farm the pearls, and I just don't want to because it sucks. Yeah, well, unfortunately, I don't enjoy PvP. That's becoming a big problem for me. I like this mode, but everything is easier to get in arena PvP, and I don't like arena PvP. Or maybe I just keep telling myself that, and I should one day just do it. Maybe I'll be better at it than I think. Just go in and run like a bullshit build and just learn. Yeah, good old winter berries. On the plus side, I do like that map. But I keep just taking the easy way out and going and spending my laurels to get them from the merchants and like Landsarch and whatever. And so I'm finding it hard to keep my laurel count up. In fact, I could probably go and get some right now. I could go get some Harbinger accessories. Jeez. Yeah, well, you lifers who have Guild Wars 2 on full unlock, and me, the struggling plebe. Last year, I thought I was done with this game, and I didn't even know. I hadn't even started. I was like, I got my full Ascended Berserker Reaper. I'm done with Guild Wars. It's like, yeah, okay, sure. That's about it, though. It's like Fractal, PvP, World v World. There's no raid back piece, right? Yeah, well, I mean, I'm going to say what everybody says. The most casual and efficient way to play Guild Wars 2 is have a job and insert money. Free-to-play Guild Wars is, well, I mean, I had a meltdown last week. I don't need to tell you guys. I had a stream and all of a sudden I was just like, this is all pointless. And then I ended the stream and then I came back 2 days later and be like, yo guys, that never happened. It is frustrating though. A lot of this stuff can be circumvented by just having a paycheck, and that's never going to not feel shitty.
Statistically speaking, this is rather rare.
I guess kind of it's like you either get upset at it or you just accept that Guild Wars 2 is not an analog for real life and the point is to have fun. Because there's always going to be somebody who has a paycheck that's going to be able to get anything new faster than anybody else. And if you try to compete with that, you're competing in the wrong arena of life. So the best thing to do is just like put it completely out of your mind and enjoy the time that you have in the game. Dang. Yeah, I deleted the VOD too. It wasn't even a meltdown, I was just like being a whiny bitch for like an hour. I don't know what was bothering me that day, it was just something. Woke up on the wrong side of the bed, I guess. It's like my grievances were legitimate. It's just that it's not something that can be really fixed. So complaining about it is mostly just like to blow off steam. It's not going to fix anything. Alright, chat. So what Baron's trying to say is he's just better than me. So, alright. But then again, I've been hitting this game hard for how many months? And I guess I've made decent progress. I mean, I've managed to get a full Ascended set on a different character. I mean, that's not like a small thing. That's good. That's like a whole new character I didn't have before. I've learned several classes. And I've got a shit ton of claim tickets in gold, which I've just spent on builds that didn't work, so there's been some progress. But the funny thing is that besides the claim tickets, everything I've done so far could have been avoided by simply putting $100 into the game, right? And there's no getting around the fact that that was an option, and is an option for many people. Aska, which collection is that? I'll see if I've done it before. Because I might have actually done it to get this. I'm not sure what the Tempest Cape is from. Because this is the Ensign Banners of Amnoon. So isn't that the Path of Fire collection? It sounds like it could be. This is probably the other rent I had, is that Guild Wars 2, or I should say ANET, they know how much, they set the prices for gold to diamond conversions. They set that themselves. So if you think about it, that alone tells you everything you need to know about farming gold in the game itself. What that says is that ANET knows how fast people can get gold, and they can adjust the price of the conversion. And that's what makes it pointless, because ANET, it's basically they've sort of set the rules themselves, and they can stop people from getting gold too fast. I mean, not literally, but like that's generally what it boils down to, is they can set a speed for how people like normally will farm gold, because you can only play this game so fast, and there's only so many dailies and all these things. So generally you're going to have only so much gold you can reasonably get in a day, and then the rest of it is going to be like, sure, if you're really good at the game and very efficient, you can get a bit more, but there's still only 24 hours in a day. You can never play this game fast enough for it to be like better than minimum wage to play the game versus having a job and paying for a gold conversion. So, I mean, that's just how it is, right? So yes, a couple hours every day, 200 gold. So 200 gold is, for a conversion, that's like less than minimum wage for like 1 hour. So if you can make 200 gold in an hour, that's still not as good as having a job. So that's what I'm saying. That's where the despair sets in. It's like, well, why don't I just like don't grind gold at all and just put my money into the game? It'd be worth more than, right? Because then you're basically playing the game as slave labor. So if you're not having fun, no point. If you're playing it and having fun, no problem. But if you're going into Guild Wars 2 with gold brain, like, I'm going to be a gold farmer and I'm not going to pay any money. It's like, well, you're actually just cucking yourself over, right? Because you could have just took, could have just did the thing that ANET wants you to do, which is to spend money. So anyway, this is nothing new. I mean, every Guild Wars 2 player knows that. It's just kind of, you have to say it out loud sometimes to remind yourself. It's kind of like a ridiculous rigged game. If you're not playing Guild Wars 2 to have fun, you really shouldn't be playing it. You shouldn't play this game to get ahead. Because any game that has currency transfer is automatically like just you're there to lose. WoW is the same way. This game's the same way. I never felt this way about 14 because 14 never had that shit. Because the currency in 14 is worthless. Because the actual only currency is like weekly tokens for your gear and stuff like that. And you can't buy that, so GG. Anyway, so that's basically the same rant I had last week, except this time I'm not going to get angry and end the stream. Well, I might give it a few minutes, but I'm coming at it with it more of a clear head.
This is rather rare.
Oh, chat, reset. Get your coins, get your achievements. Objective Defender, Veteran Creature Slayer, Keep Capturer. Wait, is this supposed to be 4? 1, 2, 3. This, Daily Mist Scar Killer? Dude, I have not caught up to the tag. I am so fucked. Yeah, the most efficient way to get money is to make money. Wow. This is also why people are... Okay, this is like part of the reason why people are down at Lost Ark is because, again, the same issue. So botting invalidates... Because when you have a game where you can farm gold with bots and has currency exchange, it's just basically fucked. So Lost Ark is fucked. Which is a shame. Because I kind of one day wanted to get into that game, but it's just getting worse. Anything you do in the game itself is invalidated. You just have to put money in for your power. It's not the most shocking thing in the world because it is a Korean game, but that's just kind of the way that it went. When you have that system be a thing, you allow all sorts of fuckery to go into your game. If you don't keep outside currency separate from in-game currency, you're going to inevitably have the same problem. No, Baron, I'm not interested in that because nothing I do is going to be... Nothing I do is going to fix my problem. If I had $10 a month to put in the Guild Wars, like, they wouldn't need any of that. It's not something I even want to think about. Because it's basically just like brain pollutant. It's just not good for your brain. No, I'm not interested in that. After I had that stream where I was like bitching like an asshole, a bunch of people were messaging me saying like do you want like tips or help on how to play the game? And it's like you're missing the entire argument. Like this is the exact opposite of what I was saying. So I don't know what that was all about. It's like I'm not really worried about playing the game itself. There's a method to learn the game, but it doesn't solve the issue that I was talking about. Because I think I was upset that I wanted gold to be able to try out a lot of character builds. And then people were offering to help me learn characters. It's like, I don't know if you really got what I was trying to say there. Anyway, chat, back out of the argument. I made my point 10 minutes ago, and now I'm just running in circles. So that was the point of that. Get me into a different topic before I lose my mind. Huh. Sorry, I gotta take a drink. I have to drink. Not alcohol, but honestly, that might be an improvement. Yeah, and that's fine, Asuka, but if you're prone to overthinking it all, it will just eventually one day bother you, because the idea will come to mind that I'm enjoying the game my way because I have a certain mindset, but you're basically having to put something out of your mind that the devs did in order to not, like, have a problem with the game. Like, you have to ignore, like, this big issue in order for it to not bother you. Which is kind of like at the core of the game itself, which is that the line between the game being a game and a currency generator for ANET becomes more blurred.
Synergy is beautiful.
Your enchantments are weak. Dividing through.
I think this is why that I was really considering my first goal to being worked towards legendary armor, because once you have legendary, like, items, the issue kind of stops being an issue, because you no longer need to use gold to try out new character builds or to gear up classes. You just have something you can switch between characters, and then any gold you get could be converted into gems to buy, like, actually things you want. So it's like once you have legendary items, you no longer have to worry about like a whole other siphon of income. You can focus on what matters, which is, you know, the things you actually want to buy. But it's like, it's a horse and, it's like a cart and horse and carrot situation. Because it takes so many resources to get legendary items. Especially a full set, that by the time you get it, you've probably gone through the ringer on every class anyway, and you know the game very well.
Much better.
Because the full legendary set is not just one set of armor, it's 3 sets of armor and 1 of every weapon. Sometimes 2 of every weapon for dual wielding classes. 6 sigils, or 4 sigils. 6 ruins or 7. I'm not sure if they count aquatic helmet or whatever, but so we'll say like 6 ruins, 4 sigils, all trinkets, 1 of each weapon at least, and then 3 armor sets. So by the time you're fully kitted out, you're an old man, and you know the game well enough. Oh shit! I got this too. That's great. There's no, yeah, no, I didn't say legendary helmet. I said like, are there 7 ruins because you always put 1 into your aquatic helmet, or did they just say forget it? Players don't care. So is it like, can you get 6 ruins or can you get 7 ruins? I thought you could get 6 ruins. Well, exotic gear is cheap, but unfortunately, I was having a lot of builds where it was like run Celestial or like Minstrels, and it's like those are unfortunately not that cheap. It's nice that you can easily get a whole set of Berserkers for like almost nothing. Like a full set of Berserkers is like 5 gold. So that's great, but not every exotic is... That's why I've been very careful to get a lot of exotic boxes. Like I'm basically grinding this track non-stop, because this is going to really help me out later on. I can just send armor to whoever I want and stat it and be good to go. So, I wish I'd been doing this from the start, just like getting a bunch of these armor boxes. Yeah, players don't care, but it's like for completion's sake. But yeah, it doesn't really matter. I mean, underwater is just so irrelevant. It's so relevant that I haven't seen anybody talk about it at all. Like, there's no discussion about like underwater combat rotations or underwater gearing. It's like it's basically been like unanimously decided that it's not a thing. And I have this son of a bitch here. For what purpose? I have no idea. See, I thought End of Dragons was going to actually have water, so I'm like, better prepare for... and then there was no water, so... Yeah, stats while underwater. But, I've been underwater a few times in this mode, and I'm not sure that that spear saved my life. But to be honest, it would be kind of a nice change of pace if there were more underwater fights here. But usually you only get them when somebody goes through the moat tunnel. Or you're trying to escape and then... Like I've died here, here, here. One time we chased a druid around the island for 4 minutes. Just fuck druids. Yeah, well you think that I just thought, especially considering that Cantha is like half of the city is underwater. It's like, oh, we'll do underwater. It's like, no, you won't. You will occasionally fall in the water and get right out again, just like the rest of the game. How do you sell map completion for 500 gold? Also, still, dude, 12 to 14 hours for 500 gold. That means that you were doing 2 hours of work at McDonald's. Or map clear Guild Wars core over the course of an entire day. Plus tip. I mean, that is a lot of gold, though. What do you sell exactly? Like, what is the thing that you sell? Because you get the Gifts of Expiration, but you can't sell those, right? If you can sell those, I need to sell those right now, because I could use some gold. Because I have 4 of them, because I've map cleared twice in this game, so I would, yeah, sometimes sometimes like prepping for an expansion could bite you in the ass. Like if you're just wrong about what's required. Yeah, well, Squig is a bleed fiend, so
Rage at maximum.
talk to Squig about bleeding. Bleeding and freezing blood and... He's thief-brained. Well... Well, I know that some gifts are sellable. I should check which ones are. Because I got a lot of gifts from doing map completion in End of Dragons, and they are really taking up a lot of bank space. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the most amount of dodge you could get is like, or at least it's pretty up there, it's like Harbinger, Quickness, Shroud 1 plus Doomfire. So every shot is like Burning and Torment. And you shoot like just super fast. Like I know that with the Harbinger build I have, I can stack 21 Torment by myself, which is quite a bit. And it would be even more if you had more expertise, because I'm running Celestial. So potentially like a lot of dots. Oh, this is like out of game selling? I thought you meant like on the trading post. I wouldn't even be social to trade to some faceless, nameless asshole. I'll let it sit in my bank until the end of time. One thing you gotta understand about me, Chad, is I will go out of my way to avoid even the most banal social interactions. If there's literally any other option, I will take it. True in game as it is in life. I couldn't make a phone call to save my life. I'd be like, well, I had a good life. Yeah, but again, I never worried about losing money in trading post again because the money doesn't matter to me. It's the time. Like when I sell stuff, it's always like insta-sell. I never let things list. So that's just like my philosophy about like, I'm taking enough time out of my day clicking these buttons to sell this fucking kale for 2 silver. I'm not trying to min-max tax. There are cases where there's like a big item you sell that you don't want to like get the tax because it could be like several hundred gold. So it's like, okay, I'm actually losing like $10 by not, you know, selling this the proper way. But most stuff you sell in Guild Wars is not, you know, 200 gold of tax loss. Yeah, but I also lose in the long run by being poor and not putting my money into this game. It's gonna roll back to the same argument every time. You'll never convince me, dude. As long as this game has currency exchange, I will never take gold farming seriously. If this game didn't have that, then it would be a very interesting question because there are a lot of things in Guild Wars that are about efficiency, trading properly, farming correctly. That would be a whole different story. In fact, it would be really enjoyable if the gold in Guild Wars came from just the game itself, and cash shop is only for like actual like cash shop stuff. Like the universe for Guild Wars 2 was a sub-based game. That's a very interesting conversation to have. Like no cash shop, so none of this convenience bullshit. You get everything, but you got to pay like $15 a month. and all the gold you farm is in the game itself. So it actually incentivizes you to learn how to avoid losing gold in exchanges, where to farm, the routes, getting your dailies done, getting your weeklies done. Like it will make that stuff all so much more tangible. And then I would care about it. I'd log on to Guild Wars every day being like, all right, boys, let's get our shit. Let's get our gold. And then it'd be different. But now, we're not in that timeline. In fact, that timeline, hard to say if Guild Wars would have taken off or not if it had been a sub-game. See, when it released, sub-games were still somewhat acceptable. I mean, 14 launched at the same time. It had a sub. It had a sub when it was the shit version, and then it had a sub when it relaunched, which was a bold move, but it worked out. People are still willing to pay subs for a game that's good. But you have to have confidence in your game. And I feel like when the companies don't actually have a way of guaranteeing the income because they don't know how the game's going to perform, they're like, okay, we'll do free-to-play. And then because you're free-to-play, you have to implement all this dog shit stuff as a matter of course. Not because they're an evil company, but because you need to basically square up your margins. And you got to do it somehow. Is there any game like that? Yeah, 14. 14 is exactly like that. The only issue with 14 is that the currency, as I said before, the currency is not super valuable. I mean, currency can buy you a bunch of like novelty stuff, and it can buy you a crafted set on first day of a raid. So being rich in 14 allows you to get into raiding faster, which is important. But it doesn't have like this really widespread use the same way that Guild Wars has it. Or maybe it kind of does. Maybe just over the years I've got desensitized because I've always had enough gold in 14 to do what I needed to do. Never enough to be rich. But I was able to buy a house for our guild, decorate it. I have all the fashion I need. I have all the money I need to buy craft stuff on a patch reset. I have enough to teleport around. I have enough to send gifts to friends. It's like I always had enough, right? So I never really had to think about it. Yeah, for Gil, really it is the housing, to be honest. That's the big thing. But because housing the lottery system, it's not like Gil is going to solve all your problems anyway. Like, you're still going to have to be lucky. But yeah, I guess the house really is. I mean, it got so out of control that they started implementing like these prestige mounts where they're just like, they take a mount and then they spray paint it gold and then it costs you like 50 million gil. And so this is like for the whales that dump their gil into. Because otherwise you have people sitting with all these accounts in 14 where they've hit the gil cap. They can't make any more gold. They've actually hit the limit. And so they just have that. And it's like, okay, so, and it's because there just isn't enough stuff to spend it on. Anyway, chat, everything I said about everything I said about Guild Wars, again, it's just my opinion, all right? I'm not trying to stuff this down your throat. It's just what I think. And people keep trying to convince me, so I have to keep reiterating my... Can't talk. Fuck. I have to keep saying the same thing. I have to keep saying the same thing. And that's why I want to change topic, because I'm just going to keep saying the same things. You can't change my mind on some stuff, Chad. This is the hill I'm dying on. I'm not arguing that there isn't a mastery to be had in making gold in this game. There's definitely a lot of things to learn and keep in mind and do. I'm just saying it doesn't matter. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying it'd be nice if it did matter. But it doesn't. I could take a couple $100 and I could buy a legendary. Right now. I could do that right now. I wouldn't have to do any of this shit. I wouldn't have to farm. Wouldn't have to do collections. Wouldn't have to do nothing. Wouldn't have to level crafters. I could just go to the market board and buy Nevermore or whatever. Okay, good. So I successfully killed everybody in chat. Now we can start over. Yeah, I didn't know what example to use, but you know what I mean. Like, you can buy a bunch of legendaries. If you were just worried about this, like the state of legendaries in general, just like you want to have a stat adjustable weapon, then it doesn't matter what you buy. The point is you just buy something, and then you could have the functionality of the legendary. The skin at that point wouldn't really matter. I just said Nevermore because Nevermore was the actual one that I wanted to craft because I liked the way it looked. Like, if I'm going to make a legendary, it's probably going to be that. You know what's funny? I said this before, but there's a site where they give you tips on farming gold in Guild Wars 2. I'm not sure which one it is, but it's like the top one that comes up when you type in like gold farming Guild Wars 2. And the very first thing on the page is, have you tried farming that farm you get when you're unlocking Kudzu? And it's like, you mean that farm you unlock when you've almost done crafting an entire legendary? That's your first step to gold farming? Are you out of your fucking mind? And then after that, it's like, you know, dailies and permanent nodes, and it's like, okay, great. You had to leave with the absolute biggest time sink. You would have already spent thousands of gold to get up to that point. Anyway, I just found it funny. Yeah, my group's gone. You guys are probably paying more attention to the game than I am. Have I cut out the tag yet? You did. Yeah, see, I don't notice. I'm very invested in this never-ending stun lock about gold. Anyway, I should try to keep up because if they take anything at all. Oh shit, it's contested. Okay, now I'm really far behind. If they're taking anything at all, I need to get the progress because I'm starting to slip here. My T6 is running out. Yeah, then they left. Yeah, that's the hard thing about running in a tag is you have to get to the tag and then you have to stay with the tag. It's a hard day's work, I tell you. I like the way you said that. It's like they left you. It's like they left me specifically. Yeah, they just said, fuck that guy. It's true. Thank God people don't pay very much attention to you when you're in a squad. Oh shit. I think I went the wrong way. I'll have to go all the way around. This is kind of why I had to stop tagging, because it was kind of something similar to this. Not as bad, but I was not leading parties. I would just stand still sometimes. Like, tagging would be for a day where chat's dead and I'm dead and there's no hope left. Like, the only thing that there is to focus on is the game. And then I can be a proper commander. But yeah, you guys are probably not going to see me tagging very much. Which is a shame because it costs a lot of money. But oh well. Live and learn, or live and don't learn. However the expression goes. That guy was tanky. Sometimes I wonder if people just run around World World with these just amazing bunker builds so they can just waste your time. It feels like it sometimes. Like, they're not there to do anything useful, they're just there to really just anger you. Okay, chat. Stunlock over for real. What else do you guys want to talk about? the next thing anybody says is gold, I am going to... Okay, thank you. Hammers. Hammer catalysts. Hammer warriors. Tell Jarrails he should probably go into Spellbreaker and use a hammer because good luck killing that shit. Very good duelists. High skill ceiling, but very good duelists. Well, Nasus, unless you're sending it to me in the mail, I don't care. I mean, the state it's going to be when it gets to me is going to be probably similar to that pink sauce on TikTok, but I'll take it anyway. Just that specific way that only cheese can go bad. Ugh. Damn, dude. I mean, I know Jarrails only want to use axes, but in Guild Wars you can't just use one weapon. You have to like learn all of them. So, like, if you learn Longbow, Greatsword, Berserker, or like Hammer, Spellbreaker, you're gonna be dunking shit, and I mean hard. Okay, I gotta go. I'm literally running in circles. Yeah, I don't know exactly what it was with the hammer, but Spellbreakers have something called full counter, and you can probably imagine how that is. Get the tag sponsored. Well, no, what I just said is I can't concentrate on the tag. That's the issue. I mean, yeah, it is a problem when you run a tag and nobody comes, but if you're running a tag and everybody comes, and then you get busy talking to your Twitch chat, all of a sudden, because my brain is fucking stupid, either I stop talking to chat or I stop moving my character. This is how FF14 was all the time too. I would stand at the house and just talk to chat for like 8-hour streams, not ever play the game. So same thing here. Tagging is quite a responsibility, and it takes a lot of concentration when things start to really heat up. And if you lose focus, you're not just affecting your gameplay, you're ruining everybody else who's following after the tag. And the answer might be just like, oh, well, if they want to tag so much, why don't they just run the tag? But they don't, because nobody wants to tag. They want to just follow a tag and have no responsibilities. And I know that's how people think, because that's how I think. So people get mad at you, and then your answer is, well, just tag. And it's like, well, I don't want to tag. Hey, what are you guys doing down here? They're not mag. Get them. They're making a break for it. Get them. I'm not sure what these guys expected to happen. You still play 14? Not right now, no. I want to, but I just can't. I'll go back to it eventually. But probably 14 for me is going to be like a story game from now on. I don't think it's going to become like... I can't really envision a universe where 14 becomes so vacant on Twitch again that I'm able to stream it. These channels on 14 have thousands of viewers. And anytime there's a content patch that comes out, it's impossible. So it's just kind of one of those things that kind of have to deal with. I still like the game. I still like the game more than I've ever liked it. It's just kind of hard sometimes. Anyway, Israel's bar breaking is like really important as the game goes on, so yeah. The more bar break you have, the better your life will be. Because sometimes the bosses just have things that they do until you break the bar, or they have damage reduction. Sometimes they're just invulnerable until you bar break them. Like those fuckers in Caledon Forest at the giant salad fucker fight. What's it called? Tentacle monster. Anyway. Summons 3 ads, and they all have a Defiance bar, and they don't take damage. Until the bar is broken. And if they get to the boss, they heal the boss. And it fucking sucks. Level 1 zone roll boss, by the way. That's a lot of bar break. I think I can get that much out of Harbinger if I use everything. Like Shroud 5-4, Pistol 3, and Golem Knockdown is also bar break. I'm not sure if Golem auto attack is. I thought it was, but I don't think it is. Yeah, Harbinger has access to at least 4, which is great.
Raid at maximum.
Okay. Firebrands.
Armor enhanced. I am dead.
You made a big mistake coming in this neighborhood. Alright, I'm out. Is that your team or? Wait, I'm not fighting you, but are you in the game right now?
Getting help.
Well, don't be too sad. You're probably still going to beat us over the course of the week. Oh, you're not in the game. Well, the way you made it sound is like I just like specifically rolled up to you and just cut you in half.
Oh, what a pleasant surprise.
Like, I take personal offense to all of this.
Respite. Recover.
No, they don't want to let this go. They got a few people. Yeah, I mean, there are points where I jump in and I do damage. Like, the chances are there, for sure.
Oh, I know of a good
But to
use
be
for
honest,
this.
that chase down there is probably the only time tonight where I did any damage to anybody. Like, that was like a really good chase. I spent the entire stream building up to that one moment. Hey, a ring. Oh shit, a Berserker Crystalline Band. I already have one of these, but I guess I could use another one. I could send this over to my Mesmer. I just don't really want to, like, salvage a Berserker Ascended Ring. That seems kind of not a great investment.
Oh, I know of a good use for this.
Inventory is getting kind of full, though. I should stop at some point. Fix it up. Yeah, that's like a good ring. That's a good drop. I mean, I get all sorts of Ascended stuff once in a while, but the stats are never really good. Or it's some like random combination where I have to stop and think, like, is that actually a real combination or just like a beginner's trap? So I usually end up like salvaging it. I mean, salvaging a certain amount of Ascended items is kind of necessary. Because I think there's some items you can only get from doing that. But you don't want to do it when you don't have to. True. Well, Jarail's, it's always a component, because the more space you have, the more leeway you think you have. And it's kind of like, same as true as in life. When you have space, you'll fill it up. Like, I only have this much space left because I have this much space in total. You know? Yeah, and I know you can change stats, but not all the time. I thought you could only change stats if it's an item that you chose the stats for in the first place. Something like that. If I'm wrong about that, that's really bad because I've thrown out a lot of stuff I could have used. That would have been like a real bonehead move. Oh yeah, Bloodstone for sure, because they're meant to be, yeah. But, like, for instance, this thing, I couldn't restat this, because this came as Berserker stats on its own. That's how I understand it. And often when you get stat selectable Ascendant, it's not like some random thing you did, it was that you were going for that. Like, you worked to get it. So I've ended up salvaging several just random things I've gotten in this mode into like whatever it is, dark matter or whatever it is. Salvage it into something that I hope one day it will be useful. Alright, wells and then spin and then spin and then spin and then fuck. That's the funny thing about this like rotation of Reaper is that you put the wells down and then simply the act of going into Shroud activates the barbs, which makes the wells start pulsing more damage. Like in 14 I'm used to snapshotting, in this game it's like sometimes it's like the opposite. You put down your dots and then you activate your steroid.
Invigorating.
Like if this had been 14, a well would be something like Salted Earth. And so Salted Earth would snapshot the buffs you had up while you used it, and then when the buffs ran out, the well itself had basically been infused with those stat increases. So you get to have the super well even when your buffs run out. In this game, the wells pulse with whatever buffs you have at the time of the pulse, it seems like. What about stats? What? I'm talking about like a changing ascended stats. That I was pretty sure you can use like an insignia to change the stats of an ascended, but only if it was stat selectable in the first place. Ascendants that come to you already pre-statted, you can't change the stats of. Depends on which ones. Well, yeah. I was under the impression that it was what I said. Because it's kind of confusing if it's like you can't really tell. If there isn't like an easy way to tell. Because you know what a stat selectable piece is. Well, that's different. That's when you pick it yourself. Like if you choose one of the End of Dragon specific trinkets from the skirmisher or whatever, you can only choose the End of Dragon stats. And they don't tell you that beforehand. Which is kind of weird, but... I lost the tag. Yeah, because Fractals have the same like style of merchant, just different different currencies needed to buy it. Like a lot of the merchants have the same style. It's just the difference is like what they'll accept as currency. But I think the rings you get out of Fractal are the same ones you get out of this mode. It's like mist infused, whatever. How often? Just whenever I feel like it. The last little while, it's kind of been like, I don't know, 4 or 5 times a week. You know, a streamer always says I need to stream more. I bet even XQC says to himself I need to stream more, so... I'd like to be able to stream every day, to be honest. I think that would be really good, but probably very tiring. But yeah, right now it's about 4 or 5 times a week. I think the best day I ever did was like summer 2019, where I streamed every day for like 30 days. It's crazy. I was so tired. Wait, I went up. I gotta go down. Hey, look, a fight. Yeet. Okay, that worked out pretty well.
I appreciate the help.
It was just like really fortunate that I was able to land in that perfect spot and just use all the AoE. Like, I think that really hurt them a lot. Then again, Berserker staff, I don't know. It's kind of weird. Like, when you're running Berserker stats for a staff, the 4 does a shit ton of damage, but you only get to use it every once every 20 seconds. But Future Mark is really high value. But 2 is dots, and 3 is dots. It's funny, it's like Celestial stats would work really good with a staff, because you get some of the strikes, some of the dots, and also... what was the other thing? I mean, yeah, expertise, but... There's something else I was thinking about that would be good with Celestial stats. Anyway, you can make an argument for it. You'll forget it pulses. Oh, Harbinger Shroud. Yeah. It's a good ability. It's just...
Rage at maximum.
Yeah, it's a good ability. The thing is, though, that if it gets blocked, it's really bad because it's such a high cooldown. And, like, so much of a Harbinger's, like... It's just like a huge trump card for the Harbinger.
Armor enhanced.
And when it gets blocked, it sucks. And also, it can put you in a really bad position if you're not careful. One, two, three... Oh, don't fucking... There we go. I was gonna say, do not stun me. Okay, here we go. That was pretty value. This is about the best you can hope for as a Reaper. Is get off every AoE and then just run in and spin with no contest, and then finish off with... single target axe focus skills.
Getting healthy.
Like, that's about as good as you can hope for. Oh, I just realized I've been hitting my third well, and it's not actually the well. So I just been hitting random Spectral Walk. I didn't even realize I wasn't casting a well for the last hour. Really? I thought I sounded like a streamer named Mock. Well, I've only had 2 names, VN4 Mock and this name, so... I'm probably not this person that you're referring to. Yeah, I forgot to use the 5 because I'm saving it for an execution. But the execution never comes, so I just end up never using it, so... I should use the spin and then end with, well, actually, to be honest, if you rush in with 2, you could probably use the 5 right away and then spin. I guess it depends where you are on the group. But, yeah, when you're in a Zerg, you're not exactly saving it for the execution points. Yeah, I'm on IOJ. I wasn't exactly keeping it a secret. Remember, if you know who I am, if you encounter a Bronze Squire from Test, you cannot touch me because I'll shit my pants and report you to the authorities. I gotta say though, Blue's not having a good day. They're not really taking these fights very well.
Rage at maximum.
Yeah, IOJ ranked up. It'll be the last time. We're not ranking any higher than this. I mean, maybe there's a universe where we get 2nd place. Maybe. If we just punch the shit out of Blue the entire week, maybe we can stay on top.
Oh, what a pleasant surprise.
Ogden's coat. Yeah, it's worthless. Holy shit. Well, no offense, but I hope you guys get Mag. I don't want to fight Mag. Mag can just be in some other place where I'm not there. I mean, this is working out okay now that we're not fighting them. But I feel like we just can't go to the other maps. Like, dude, what universe is there where we get back Stone Mist from blue or green? This is like the holy grail of fighting mag is can you get castle? Well, there's always activity on IOJ, just not necessarily the IOJ, not the activity on IOJ you want. Oh fuck, green is here. Oh Jesus. Oh god, the first thing I see is a bunch of corpses. I missed the fight though.
Getting healthy.
Feels bad, man.
Obey the law and we'll have no problems.
Well, they have a reason to be, especially now, to be obsessed with Stone Mist. Because now every server is obsessed with Stone Mist. I didn't get Stone Mist once last week. Before they made the changes, we were getting Stone Mist at least a couple times. Sometimes like once a day we get it. Or twice. And then last week we had nothing. Well, actually, we had it earlier in the week. Because one of my streams where we were defending it for like ever, and I got bored and left. And then we lost it, and then I was never around to see it get taken back. Oh, it's got buffed? They got really buffed. I mean, since the last like 2 weeks or whatever. Like, they made a change to
Accelerating.
tiers of offense and defense. Like, that's the change I'm talking about. The only two changes to World v. World that have happened since I was paying attention was the weeklies and the changes to the tiers. But that was enough to make sure people never want to give up anything if they can help it. Because they could just sit at Stone Mist and repair walls all day and get shit tons of progress. So if you could do that, why wouldn't you? They reverted that? Yeah, but then they unreverted it. It's hard, dude. Maybe I don't have the most up-to-date information, but I'm pretty sure that everything is fine now. It's like they disabled them and then they were gone for 3 days and then they came back. Oh, when? 3 days from when I last heard about it, so I can't help you. This was weeks ago. Maybe they didn't, and I just... Because it seems to me that the afternoon that the patch went live, we took Stone Mist, and I was looking at some of my rewards, and I'm like, I don't recognize these. These seem to be like new items. And since they took it down on that day, I haven't seen those items again. So either I'm crazy, but everybody else keeps telling me that the rewards are back up, and they have been for a long time. So I don't know what to think. All I know is I feel like the rewards were different the day that the patch first went live. Or maybe they just changed how the rewards were allocated, like the potions or whatever. Whatever it is. I don't claim to have the answers, I just go with the most reasonable thing that I've heard. There was a message on the Discord, and it said it was going down, and then there was never a message that says it went back up. But according to some people, it did go back up. Fun and World v. Rules. What's the biggest queue you guys ever saw? I think I saw like a 38 one time. Never got in. It stayed 38 for
Stand your ground.
a couple years.
Rage at maximum.
I do wonder like what the biggest queue ever was. Like when the game was at its absolute peak. At that point, just create some overflow maps. Just like start a new copy of EBG. 30 seconds.
Turbo mode. Engage.
Uh-oh. We just left. It was just fine.
Accelerating.
We were just at Fire Keep. It was fine. It was fine. Oh shit, it's not fine.
Dumb. You'll die and you'll leave a dumb corpse.
Dude, the one guy who just charges through the front lines, he doesn't give a shit.
Help me.
Holy shit.
Multi-level.
That's so much damage. Wasn't that just a normal meteor storm?
There's the power. Getting help.
Alright, this is not good. This is actual real green hours.
Rise and serve. History is mine.
Structural integrity. Compromise.
Restore.
Alright, here we go.
Another testament to my greatness.
I thought we were going to lose that one, but we had a huge rebound.
Good thing I didn't name that one. You live by my
Barely.
will.
1,000 storms.
Oh, I know of a good use for this.
But usually, if they still have like everybody up by the time I'm done my first combo, it means they're pretty robust. But we happen to be pretty robust too, so it's just one of those fights that had like a second round. I'm really used to fights that either after the first like 20 seconds, either they're dead or we're dead. Like I'm getting really used to those kind of fights. To be honest, that might have been a numbers issue. Like, we also had like a height advantage. I'm not sure we'd be able to win that fight every time if we were to repeat it. Also, the cavalry. And now the roles have swapped. Speaking.
Drying off. Liberation. Turbo mode. Engage.
I mean, we do have a good party. It is a good party. Alright, here we go. No, the slow dude, the slow... that's a wasted spin. Oh, fuck. Let me live. Holy fuck, the wall, the pull, the wasted spin, the everything. God damn it. Is this still tapped? Nope. Just come right back. It's not a loss until it's a loss. I'll just go back and start fighting again. Simple. My god, mounting up hills. Jesus, okay.
I summon the
Okay, we still have mostly of everybody. Oh god, they still have a lot though too.
An ancient mountain. Respite. Recover. Return.
Always summon more.
Can't exactly go into melee.
Rage at maximum.
There's not very much I can do except spam auto. Yeah, that one didn't go as well as the first one. And they got lots of people now.
Never waste a course.
Wait, our tag is still out there.
There's the power. Armor enhanced. Rage at maximum.
Oh my god. Can't even see. No, not the lava, dude. Oh, fuck me. Fuck. Oh, crap. How do I get off of this?
Never felt better.
Dude. Okay, here. No. Yes.
Getting healthy.
Choice. Freedom. Liberation.
Powerful. Armor enhanced. Rejoining the fight. How'd that be? Excruciating? Getting healthy. Soul is mine. Soul is mine.
No, that was a stalemate. Yeah, I guess for next time, don't get stuck on that. Nine times out of 10, I would have got stuck on that and they would have shot me in the face. Luckily, they weren't paying any attention. I was like, do I have any gap closers? And it's like, no, I don't. Or like a leap. I just needed to use a leap to get off that. I could use worm if I had worm. I'm losing more and more of my inventory. Now I got sand. Why do I have sand? Okay, let's see. Did the tag warp back to Firekeep when I wasn't looking? Con. I saw it, my hand went to my Harbinger build. I'm like, maybe. I really should get used to doing that though, like stay in Harbinger until I'm back with the tag. Because if I get ambushed, it'd be good to be on my dueling build, not on my Zerging build. Alright, after 10,000 years, I'm back. Oh, whoops. Still on Harbinger. Oh, whatever. I'll just stay on Harbinger. Why not? I missed. Good start. Oh, just when I was ready to use 5 again. Shit.
Wash the pain away.
Oh my god, I already have my Shroud back. What is this? Yeah, I think I really was playing Harbinger the wrong way. Dude, you didn't tell me shit. I found it out on my own. This is what the problem was. I was running Death Magic Soul Reaping Harbinger. And I switched it off from Soul Reaping to Spite or whatever.
I am dead.
You didn't tell me, fucking dog. I was like, oh, surely if I had more Soul Reaping, I'll be able to be in Shroud longer. And it turns out it really doesn't seem to help. But when you don't have not having the curses tree really makes a big difference. But also, my gear's better than it was last time, so I guess Harbinger's just sort of becoming a little bit better every day. Just as things get completed. The weapons are going to make that even better. I'm still running exotic shit. Well, I guess I have this, but it's not a good Ascended. It's like a trash one. I'm just using it for the time being. Oh wait, I forgot to put sigils in it. Dude, what is wrong with my brain? Look at this garbage Ascended pistol. Toughness, Vitality, Condi, no sigil, no infusion. Man. My kingdom for an Ascended revolver with proper stats on it. Celestial Ascended pistol. Death Magic make a difference? It does, because the last trait there is whenever you imply a condition, you get 1 stack of Carapace. So you can max out your Carapace stacks, which gives you pulsing protection. And you're getting this at the same time as you're building up Blight stacks, which is giving you health regen. So you're getting a shit ton of armor while you're building up your health regen. Like, your maximum health is going down while your health regen's going up, while your armor's going up, and you basically have 100% protection uptime as long as you're firing at your enemy. Like, this is a good trait. And yeah, this is important too. Pulsing condition removal on your Shroud. So this tree, I'd have a hard time giving up this tree, but thankfully I think this is actually the tree. I'm not sure there's any more better version of Harbinger than this. People might argue about like taking this one over this one or whatever, but it's pretty much what it is. Yeah, go do the whole collection. Maybe I will when I'm done capping tickets and I can play a mode other than this. Which should be like 2 days, and then I can do what I want for the rest of the week. So, I've gotten this far today. By the way, chat, I'm not with the tag. You're a cheap Ascended pistol. Got it randomly, and I was like, wow. Then the stats weren't good. I mean, okay, honestly, that's not the worst stats. At least it has Condi on it. But I don't really need the toughness. That's not really very necessary. Like, Vitality is good because extra Shroud, and Condi damage because Harbinger, but the toughness is not really. Like, I have enough toughness from the Death Magic tree. Speaking of Death Magic, you can change it. Actually, to be honest, yeah, I probably could change that one because that was it was selectable out of a number of pistols, which I think that satisfies the condition of being able to be stat changed. I just need to get like a Celestial Insignia and a bunch of shit. I could give it a shot. Because it'd be nice if I could just use that and not have to worry. Because I have other Ascended weapons I want to get. I'm going to get an Ascended Warhorn. And then a Celestial Staff. So it's not like I can get hung up on the pistols forever. Well, you're saying that all Ascendeds can be changed in the Mystic Forge? I thought it was just certain ones. Thanks for the follow, Electro. You say yes, so we'll see about that. Because huge if true, enormous dumbass if true. Because I could have found uses for a lot of different stuff. Because you get random Ascendeds all the time in this mode, so I just thought that they were unable to be used. And we'll see it. We'll see if you're correct. I'm going to take this pistol out today after stream, and we'll try to make it Celestial. What? So you're even saying that I could change this to whatever stats I want? Because I just got this. Like, I thought the whole point was you couldn't change these. Yeah, like, oh, wait. Aw, dude, the fight's already over. Only armor and weapons. Well,
Let the storms rage.
that's still helpful, I guess. I don't have any spare ascendants left, though. I think all the ones I have been allocated already to classes, so... The next time I get one, I'll have to have a look at it. I'm sure no matter how much it costs to do it, it'd be worth it. Considering how many resources and how much time it takes to get the other ones. And yeah, so we already talked about before, trinkets can be changed because that's the whole point of the Mist Forged ones, is that they're sort of a blank slate for whatever. Westwig, you just gotta be careful, because remember, I believe everything I hear before I think about it. You can't tell me lies and honest truths, because I will hold you to them to the end of the world. Yeah, I gotta like try really careful to keep up with the tag, because I'm missing some fights here. The fights are the whole reason. Yeah, well, getting them's great and all, but for me, it's kind of a luxury right now because they take no, not claim tickets. Yeah, they do, right? Claim tickets, memories of battle, and gold. And the armor weapons use marks, which are expensive to make. I mean, as usual, it just comes down to gold and golden tickets. This should just be the name of my stream. It's just golden tickets. Every day, golden tickets. Practical tokens, not that many. I used the last of my pristine tokens to buy with the precursors to the Bloodstone Gobbler. So I have no pristines. I have like probably like 200 normal ones. Yeah, 217 fractal relics. Those are relics, though. You said tokens. Yeah, because the pristine come from daily achievements. So, yeah. Yeah, I used the last of them up on getting infusions years ago, and then I used the ones I got recently to buy a precursor item, so I'm pretty much down to 0. Actually, I'm down to exactly 1. 1 token. I'm rich. 1 token. The one and only thing about the build I set up here is that I have a Celestial Sigil on my staff. So every time I switch to Harbinger, it's like get, you know, a bunch of kills with staff. And remembering to do that is kind of difficult. But I should do it. Because extra stats is always great. Especially Celestial stats. Like the amount of stats from Celestial is the whole point of having it, is like you get a bunch of numbers. Having the sigils do the same thing, it's just more of a bonus. How much is it? Like two stats? Yeah, two to all stats every time you get a stack. So 50 to all stats when you're done. Like, that's pretty good. That's like worth an accessory. Well, one of the bad ones. No, that's actually like a lot better than one, because yeah, it's like exactly as good as having an extra trinket. You just gotta remember to do kills on staves until you're done. I think a lot of people think that sigils of stacking are not worth it, and I kind of feel sometimes that they're not. It's just like they're really good when you can get the stacks, but having that extra thing to worry about is a bit much. The fact that you lose it when you switch builds, and the fact that if you lose it when you fall in water, if you don't have a sigil on your water weapon. There's just a lot of situations where you lose them. And then you're like, I don't want to bother stacking it up again. Oh, God. Asura being launched from a catapult to the walls of Stone Mist, circa Calorized 1917. Calorized circa 1917. It's funny, you get knocked across the map so fast that the game can't even keep up with you. Yeah, I think that Asura accept being launched as a cannonball with grace more so than any other race. They accept it grace. The race that accepts with most grace. No, it always does that. Same thing when you turn it into the eagle and you fly at like 500 miles an hour and the bird is just like, hey! Starts like phasing in and out of space-time. I can give them that much. That's just kind of a weird thing, but... Yeah, considering how fast you go and the way that they design the maps... It's okay. I'll give them a pass. Guild Wars manages to have really nice looking maps because you never really see very much of them at one time. So it's no surprise that going that fast gives the whole thing a lot of trouble. Like, Guild Wars 2 is like one of the foggiest games. It's like we have Guild Wars 2 and Silent Hill and Morrowind. The foggiest games ever made. Oh shit, they're all right there. This was not a good... Dude, this... No, whoa, what the fuck? Okay. I'm gonna come back later. Maybe start by being on the right set. As a Harbinger, you don't like the idea of fighting 50 people in a ball. It's pretty bad.
There's the getting healthy.
Hi.
I am dead.
God, it's so fucking bad. Actually, not that bad to be honest. We did really well. Well, I mean, they did most of it when I wasn't there, but it's like surprisingly enough, this is winnable. Although that spin that I did when I got back, that was a disgusting spin. Very high value.
Statistically speaking, this is rather rare.
Okay, so I guess that means I'll send the ring over to my Mesmer. And I'll just keep an eye out for any other Ascendeds that are able to be stat switched.
Getting healthy.
And I think I'm going to actually set up condition druids, so I'll start making some condition pieces and sending them over. And I'll just keep sending over pieces until I'm done. It's like now that I made a Deadeye and I practiced it a bit, now I'm not so like fixated on playing Deadeye. It's like I have one and now I don't care about it anymore. It's really weird. I never even got to roam with it. I tried to bring it into a Zerg. I'm like, I wonder what would happen. Because people say it's really bad in Zerg. And then I realized why. It's actually worse in Zerg than you think it'll be. So yeah, never bring a Deadeye into a Zerg. Unless you're like some 5-head 4D chess player that just knows what they're doing. Not only can you only hit one player at a time, oftentimes you kill yourself because you'll get your shots reflected. So not only do you not do damage, you just do negative damage. You kill yourself. It's great. Only thing you can say about Deadeye and a Zerg is you can get out of there when things go bad. That's about the only plus. Oh, come on, brother. Blue behind. 1.
You're dumb.
They're pretty good sustain with the squad.
Dumb corpse.
Yeah, I guess. Oh, good commander. Yeah, it's a good team. The squad I had when I first got here was not able to fight almost any group. But this one, it's like not enormous, it's not small, but it's really well performing for its size. I'm not sure if these guys are on voice chat somewhere, but it seems to be fairly well coordinated. I mean, the tag is beta, and there are some beta members here. So probably they have some voice chat buffs. Yeah, well, it feels like Reaper for me is always like coming in and like cleaning the corpses up, but if I can get into the group and spanning it a full spin off, it's really... There's a good chance the fight's going to be won. Because if you enable Reaper to get in there and actually finish their burst, that's really good. For a while I was running Core Necro and just using the Suck, which has a longer range, but after you're done the Suck, you didn't have the autos. Like, the Ball auto is not very good, but the Reaper auto is very good. Because I used to run like this really just bullshit sustained Core Necro, like Soul Reaping, Death Magic, Blood. Basically unkillable, but just once the wells and the marks and the Shroud 4 were gone, I had nothing. Like, I couldn't do anything, so I had to like be like, okay, the Reaper is the next step, where you have a fourth option when everything else is gone. Yeah, it's true, the poison would do that. I was gonna say, like, you can't really do much with chill when they're down, but the poison does really mess them up. It's also just really good damage, too. Like, often I spin on corpses to make sure they'll never get up again. Like, if they're not going to die, at least their health's going to be so low that they're very likely not going to get any kind of res. Although if they get a rally, they'll get up anyway, but still. I'll spin people when they're up, I'll spin when they're down. I will spin in any state of life. The only way the spin could be more valuable is if I traded it to heal and drag people to me. Support Reaper. But I'm not a support Reaper. I'm not that much of a meme lord. Actually, which tree is that on anyway? It's not on the Reaper tree. It's... Now, we had this discussion before. I think it's on Blood. You would take it over using Blood Bank, which is a huge loss. It'd be a skill I'd want to use, just to have fun with it, if it wasn't on the same tier as Blood Bank. Because you just always take Blood Bank. It's good. It's very good. Blood for the Blood God. Yeah, my build did run Blood for a while. But I noticed the only thing I was using it for was actually the Blood Bank. So I'm like, if I can just manage to get by without using... without having the extra health, then I can just get good at Reaper. And Reaper has so much other survivability just by the nature of it being itself, that it was like, okay, I can make the change. It's not a big deal. I get to have the gap closer and not have to use the movement trait from Blood. So I can give that up. And extra CC cleanse with Relentless Pursuit. Yeah, I often notice that when I'm in a huge Zerg, I'm getting consistently half my health extra in barrier. Or actually sometimes even like an extra 100%. But the thing with Blood Bank is it gets worse the less, like sometimes it can be really bad. Because you give yourself a bit from your own abilities, but it works the best the more people you have with you that are applying health. But when it works, it really works a lot. It's just that I can't justify the investment to run it on a DPS build for the case of survivability. You can make a case for it when you're a support, but not when you're a DPS, I don't think. It's like something you use when you're not confident in your abilities. Which I'm not, but I at least know how to play Necro. I wish I had Blood Bank on Guardian, for God's sakes. Dragon Hunter Guardian, fucking in a Zerg. I need to have like 500% more health. The day I was testing out Dragon Hunter, never have I been hitting Panic F2 so many times in my life. Because anybody starts opening up on you when you're Berserker Dragon Hunter, you can't survive. You have to get out of there right away. Because if you wait, you're not going to have time. They're going to bust through your Aegis, and then they're going to bust through your 12,000 health, and you're going to die. Yeah, the tag has gone back to EBG. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Yeah, you gotta be quick. And it's like, it's kind of fun, but the amount of times I was getting killed and not having fun was not... It wasn't making up for the fact that shit sucked. And also, the thing I said before about once you get into the actual moving Zerg ball, you're running with the tag dropping traps. So you're at the mercy of getting Condi cleansed and healed from your Zerg. And with 12,000 health... I mean, you do have some... I'm not saying you don't have anything to help you, but your slot skills are focused on damage. So you're going to be moving over to Scepter and Shield? No, Scepter and something else. Yeah, so you can get caught out like pretty easily. Scepter Focus? I don't know. It's definitely Scepter something. Scepter Torch? Shit, I'll look it up. I don't know why it bothers me, but it does. Fields, Guardian, Roaming. Oh, yeah, it is Torch. All right. Yeah, Scepter Torch. So set the Torch and you're dropping traps. Like, basically everything is put into damage, and that's your meta build. But the thing about meta builds is they work because they're supported correctly by other meta players. Like, running these on your own, like Berserker builds with all your skills kitted out for damage, doesn't do much good if you make one mistake, have nobody to Connie cleanse you or heal you, and then die, right? So I was thinking, well, maybe there's a way to set up Dragon Hunter to be like a hybrid build. And then it's like, yeah, but the more you do that, the more damage it loses, and then it isn't worth it. Gotta say though, when you're full damage spec than Dragon Hunter, your autos alone do so much fucking damage. Like if you meet somebody on the field and shoot them, they lose a bunch of their health, and you just keep, you know, 2,000, 2,000, 2,000. Like it's actually good damage. So when you're hitting people, it feels great. But the moment you get turned on, you just evaporate. And it's not something you'd expect on a, you know,
Getting healthy.
on a Guardian.
There's the power.
But anyway, it wasn't the worst thing I've ever done in this game. It was just kind of disappointing. It's like, this would be great if you're with a team you could trust, but you're not always with a team you can trust. Oftentimes, you're just slumming it with whoever's there. Torch 5 rips. I'm gonna rip shit. Also, I had a full Minstrel build ready to test on Firebrand, and that also doesn't really work when you're not with a coordinated group, because basically all you're there to do is support the team, and if there's not really a ball already going on, you can't really do very much. So Firebrand is something you can't really practice whenever you want to. You gotta practice when there's actually the right environment to practice it. Because running around with 2 other people in your squad spamming Firebrand abilities is not very stimulating. Well, I wouldn't mind trying Scrapper. Scrapper is one of those things I know nothing about. It's like a big mystery, and I want to play it. I heard that Medkit Scrapper is fun. But based on what I just said there about, like, you can't really practice supporting and it's not very good unless you're in a group, I don't know if I would find supporting fun in this game. I think I'd have a lot more fun just going full damage and getting into the fights and just fighting, rather than trying to take care of the team, because it's so chaotic. And you need to have a big group to really see the effects of, you know, taking a whole class, eliminating almost all your damage, and just being there to help other people. It doesn't seem to always work out. I bet playing supports in guilds would always be like a good experience. Because the environment would always be proper for you to actually help. Flamethrower anything is fun. Forget Guild Wars 2. Flamethrower any build in any game, always morally correct. There's one flamethrower in FF14 and it sucks, so they missed the bus on that one. Machinist has a flamethrower and it's not very satisfying. But generally. Chat, are grenades on engineers still like so fucking busted you'll get like defriended and reported for using them? Or have they been nerfed? I just look forward to the day I can actually try engineer. I still want to do it. I hope it's everything that I want it to be and not just some, like, what's the term? White whale. Not good for Zergs? What, flamethrowers or grenades? It's funny if grenades and flamethrowers are not good on Zergs. You think that they would be. Dude, grenades and flamethrowers aren't very good against groups of people. You don't... No shit. You don't say? Yeah, just like auto... Like hit scan grenades. Sounds good. But why wouldn't grenades be good for Zergs? Because I assume it's like AoE with a 5-person cap. Is it like their cooldown or what? It seems to me they'd be perfect for Zergs. Well, one day I'll try it for myself and I'll make up my mind. They can be reflected. Okay, okay. Yeah, that's kind of bad. AoEs that can be reflected is not great. Oh, you know what else is not great, chat? Dude, this is my hiding place. Yeah, just a core necro. Just fucking slumming it. Yeah, well done, dude. You wasted all my time.
Invigorating.
Fucking necros, dude. And now I am so poisoned. Holy, dude. There's somebody else up here. What is this? I'm gonna die. Yeet. Get the fuck off here. Try blocking my fear this time, you son of a bitch. Okay, let me get me into. He's dude.
Soul is mine.
If I'll survive, I'll do it again. I'm fucking crazy. Armor. Dude, you did it first, you fucking piece of shit. That was my plan.
I require more energy.
God damn it, this isn't even the fight. This is just something else.
Soul is mine.
Dude, I was 0.5 seconds away from yeeting him off the from being the king of the castle. He got me first, though. The one thing I didn't consider in this world was the mirror matchup.
Rage at maximum.
Okay.
I could use a hand over here.
No, they grew up. We're gonna send them back to their mother. Just watch. Watch as I interfere in a fight that had nothing to do with me. The only way I can kill a druid is when they're already like 80% dead.
Always keep the enemy guessing.
I think that was me. I don't know about that.
Release. Accelerating. Rage at maximum.
All right. You know what would be funny is if you do a finisher on somebody and somebody else is standing next to them, they also get finished. You think that'd be a good idea, chat? The finisher's a cleave. Well, somehow we managed to actually, like... Dude, the fights we're taking now are really impressive. Like, I'm doing decent, but this team is really good. Not sure why I wasted my supply on that, but okay. Yeah, I want to have the pull, to be honest, but the pull never makes it into my list of slot skills because it's Wells or like CC cleanse movement. I don't really have the space to have the grab. I think the roaming build for Reaper though, the suggested builds have the pull. It's like Worm, Walk, and the pull, or because I don't really see many builds that have the spectral armor. I mean, I like it, but it can just be ripped off, right? So I guess it's like you take this, and Worm. But I don't roam on Reapers, so I wouldn't know that. Shouts for Vaughn? Yeah, maybe. What do they run? You all weaklings? Yeah, these two. Yeah, once again, I wish I had more slot skills. There's things that I want, but only having 3, you have to be like really selective. Kind of an issue though, because you don't learn stuff. Like you stay on the same skills forever because they're good, and then you don't learn to be flexible. Wait, why am I running? Just warp. Nah, I can't warp. Fuck. So what's the synergy there? Oh, your attacks are unblockable. Yeah, okay. Suppose. Only problem is you gotta give up 2 slot skills just to be a meme lord. But true. Having unblockable pulls is bullshit. I mean, to be honest, if Reaper had access, or Harbinger had access to this, and they paired that with the Shroud 5, that'd be fucking cancer, dude. Just think about that. Nothing can save you into Harbinger 5. Yeah, the only thing that makes it somewhat balanced is that it can be easily blocked, but, you know, if you take away that... Honestly, Harbinger 5 is so good that you rely on it too much. Or at least I do. If it doesn't land, it's like that was my whole plan. Because it can turn the tide really hard. Anyway, I gotta get up to the team. I'm not sure how they got over there so fast. I feel like they always teleport to the spot before it becomes contested, and then I gotta run there. Because I know I'm lagging behind, but I didn't feel like they crossed the entire map on their own before I noticed. I think they got the warp. And it's a long walk. Every time I cross desert, I marvel at how big it is and how long it takes to go anywhere. I wish you could stand on these things, these little cubes. I guess they're like kind of moving around and whatnot, so you couldn't stand on them, but it'd be nice. Hull, uh-oh. This area is dangerous. Why is Blue running away from the camp? Or the fort? The tower. The fort. The keep. Whatever it is. The fort. I feel like I'm missing something really good and important here. We have 2 tags here. Yeah, I think I missed a good fight there. They didn't need me, obviously. They were super fine on their own.
May all your theories be sound.
I kind of didn't realize up until today that you can get transfusion or transmutation charms out of the level up box. And I was like, maybe I should get a bunch of those so I won't have to worry about them in the future. But I think I have 100. I think that's enough. I was just afraid of running out and not knowing how to get more, and then, you know, having to buy them from the cash shop. But if you get them from ranking up in World v World, that's like a really good supply of them. Well, I mean, it's not bad. It's 1 per box. But at least it's something. Yo. Wait a sec. Where's the team? This isn't even my group. This is the other tag. I just, like, helped out for free, I guess. Wait, I'm still in combat?
Rage at maximum. I am dead.
Oh, fucking Vindicators. Dude, he's getting back his health. Yeah, right. Buddy, you're not getting out of here. Just die. I was kind of like worried. I'm hitting him and his health is going up. It's like, oh fuck. I wasn't sure how good the sustain on like a kitted out Vindicator is because I run like full offense. But it's kind of freaky when you hit a guy and his health goes up. You're like, should I stop hitting or should I hit him harder? I don't know. I don't know what the fuck to do. Ah, shit. Went to the wrong tag and now this air keeps contested. This is just like a giant game of desert ping pong. Like I'm just going back and forth. Dude, what are you doing? Oh, there's two of them. Never mind. Dude, do not grapple me off my mount. I swear to God. I'm so sick of this shit. Well, they could grapple, but they're not doing it. Okay, I guess he just isn't. Okay. Maybe he can't grapple. Maybe he's just like trying to catch up somehow. When I see two people roaming towards me, I just assume they're going to try to tether me off the mount. Okay, well, I'm not going to need to duel anybody, so... 2, 3... God, don't miss the door. Not the most elegant entry of my career, I gotta say.
Armor enhanced. I'll summon another. Great wizard.
In readiness, stillness.
There's the power.
Stand your ground.
I am death. Incarnate. Rage at maximum. Advance!
They're all spread out so well.
Soul mine!
Uh-oh.
Soul is mine! Lightning! I am death incarnate.
Stand your ground.
Kill to the foe! The soul is mine! Stand your ground!
I think we're done.
Never felt
By we, I mean me. The fight went on for a long time.
there's the power.
Didn't exactly get the kills. Also, there's like twice I should have died and I got lucky. So I was probably in the fight longer than I deserved to be in the fight. It's just kind of tough at the start because they were all spread out. And it's like, yeah, I have some single target, but it's not as good as my AoE. They're still here. Wait, I don't want to go into that. Dude, why? My finger... My fucking finger slipped, dude. Yeah, I'm locked down forever. Yeet! I've done that a few times where I hit Spectral Walk and then actually just recall to it for no reason.
The soul is mine! Never felt better.
Where did the tag go, though? Did they go out? Oh, they did. But... they're out there somewhere, but I can't see them. I'm gonna go up and drop from above. More green incoming. More.
Cooling down. Focus. Concentration.
The marks don't reach.
Never
If
felt
I'm up
better.
here, I need a siege weapon. Or go down to the bridge. Yeah. Took me 2 minutes to get here. I just had to stay up on this wall, never fall off.
Rage at maximum.
I don't know if this bridge is in range of getting pulled or not. I think it would be. It seems pretty high up. Okay, well, oh fuck. Holy shit, dude. I couldn't do anything there. I got pulled several times, couldn't cleanse off anything. I think they actually probably just like ordered a bomb there. That's fucked up. And Garrison's got swords, so we can't even use it as a warp. I guess we're giving up on it. Well, that sucked. Jesus Christ. I think that was like actual green, like real green hours. But I don't think we had any chance there. Like, they were good, and they also had like a shit ton of people. Like, way more than we can handle. So, I don't think there's any point in going back. Dude, I got lost. I stopped to fiddle my microphone and then I lost track of what I was doing.
Getting help.
Oh god, they're in there too. This is blue. Green on west. Blue on east. Yeah, the team's already gone. But green still hasn't taken fire keep somehow. Yeah, what's UD? Someone apparently got UD. I'm not sure what that is. Ultimate Dominator. Isn't that an arena title? Oh. Kills. Wonder how far I am. Wait, no, it wouldn't be actually called. What's the title? The title's Ultimate Dominator. What's the achievement? No, it'd just be called kills. I'll look it up later. 250 kills doesn't seem like that much, but actually, it really is. I remember how long it took to get like the milestones in FF14's like PvE kills, and you're killing shit in that game left, right, and center. I guess it only sounds like a lot if it's like a million. Like a million sounds like a lot. But I probably don't even have like 1,000. 8 years. Guess it'll take me 18 years. Oh, tag's back at Garrison. Man, it's kind of hard to keep up with the tag. They're moving all over the place. Like, I'm slow, but they're all over the place. Yeah, I guess if you just like zerged all day long, like if you logged on once in the evening to do like high volume zerging the whole night, you'd get those kills pretty fast. Realm Avenger. Okay, so I have 93,000. That's a pretty good start. I'm actually almost up to like another tier of it. 4 out of 6. I'm guessing when it gets to 10,000, then it goes up to 250,000. So I am 4% of the way there. 4% after all this shit. Like, because it wasn't since I just started streaming, it was after, like, counting last year when I was grinding to get my the Reaper Greatsword collection, which involved doing a bunch of tracks in World v. World, so it was then also. And then I got addicted and I started playing it for fun. So there was all that, and then there was the stuff I was doing on stream. And all that is just under 10,000. So yeah, that's a lot. Oh god. I almost fell. If I manage to get rank 10,000 and get that Avenger title, I think I'm allowed to quit the game at that point. The real challenge is get those before Guild Wars 2 shuts down.
Oh, what a pleasant surprise.
You know, while I'm here, before the tag shoots off in a random direction again, I should go to the merchant. My inventory has been completely unmanaged for, like, ever. I'm not keeping that because who knows when I'm going to get another stack of it. You'd be surprised. This game is probably more, well, I should say probably. This game is a lot more expensive to keep the servers running than Guild Wars 1. Guild Wars 1, they can have 2 guys keeping it alive for the rest of eternity if they wanted to. But this game's a little bit different. Anyway, it's mostly a joke, but maybe also kind of not really a joke. I wonder about games' lifespan sometimes. Stacked on mithril and leather. That, and stash this, send this over to Mesmer. Stash those. And feed Princess today.
Oh, what a pleasant surprise.
She only wants 4. Potion. Stash that. This. Destroy these, because I don't have the gobblers yet, and it sucks. It's shitty. Shards. Books. Okay, I think that's all done. It's about as good as I can do it. The inventory pleases me. Thanks. It's about the best I can do. Sometimes autism helps you. Not usually, but sometimes it allows you to have a nice RPG inventory. Like this, chat, this is how bad it is. These siege items are lined up in the same order you buy them from the shop, and so are the mining tools. And the boosters were arranged by rainbow colors. Well, they were once, now they're not. I just like have to do this stuff. There's like 5% of me that's like an interior designer that just never approached that path in life, but probably could have in another timeline. I just like to make things look nice together. Squig with more free strats. Dude, you're gonna make a meme out of yourself. Like, I'm gonna see you in chat, and I'm just gonna think about, there's that guy who likes freezing and bleeding. If I... Yeah, it's fun, but you know what would be more fun is if chill could stack. Like, not just refresh duration, but like... Uh-oh, wait, fuck, the team is getting destroyed over there. They could have used my help. A core necro, who make a lol? Hey, chat, you think I can actually kill this guy? Wait, I misclicked my ultimate. Whoops. Dude, he doesn't care. He's not even bothering to turn around at all. Okay, I feel kind of bad now. That was like just bullying. This is actually kind of bullying. Fuck. Oh god. I'm an asshole. I am also struggling with fashion in every game that I play. Guild Wars 2 is no different. I still need to figure out a druid glam, and it's been... Well, it's been a while. We'll say it might actually have been years. Anyway, I'm glad you guys know where I'm coming from, because I know that organizing an inventory is not really on the checklist of things to do as a Twitch streamer, so it's just... It's not that I want to do it, it's that I have to. Oh wait, the Dagger 5... It's not like a staff mark, it seems to have a delay to it. I never really noticed before. I guess I haven't been using Dagger enough. Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of the stopping block. I also want Nevermore, but I'm wondering if it's actually a thing I should do, or just a thing that I'm thinking about because my mind is wandering. Because I do want it, but do I want it enough to actually get it? Fuck this. I'm just gonna go in the door. Yeah, well, I was today years old when I learned you actually couldn't buy Nevermore. It's not one of the ones you can buy. Kind of sucks. It could have been like a Christmas present to myself, just like funnel gold into the game to get Nevermore. My brother in Christ. Free chicken. Or never mind. I don't know who it is, but there's a streamer I watched. I'm not sure if it's... Yeah, I can't name names because I don't know shit, but they had like an inventory that was like this big. It was like super tiny squares. It was like the full possible inventory, and it was just lined with just random, just fucking rainbow. It was like a mosaic. And I was like, dude, this is probably how your room looks. But some people can actually like sort through that stuff, and it's like comfortable to have a mess like that. Yeah, well, see, this is why they're good. This is why they're big streamers, and I'm not, because they don't care about shit like that. But anyway, as I said before, I'm not changing it. This is my inventory. It's going to get worse. The bigger the inventory gets, the more organized it gets. But I've been holding off on salvaging my gear for a while. That has to be done. I could just sell it, but I want to salvage it, selling at Magic Find. If it wasn't for Magic Find, I wouldn't salvage shit. I'd sell everything. Just to get it off my mind. Yeah, I have 2 bank slots. I could use a lot more, because I started doing EOD map clear, and they're giving you a bunch of gifts, and now my bank's full of gifts. And it's like,
Accelerating.
I should try to like sell as many of them, sell as many of them as I can, so that I don't have to look at them. $211? You mean 211%? How the fuck? I'm 160. Some people have it maxed out. I don't know how or why. Actually, yeah, the question is why. Why would you? But I just kind of... I want to see what it's like to get it super high. But the last couple steps, I think, are like almost impossible. Because even if you salvage everything you ever get, it seems like you never have enough to get to those last couple tiers. But I really should check how far 160 is along. Because I'm pretty far along, but in the grand scheme of things... Also, anybody who is at like 100%, like, does it really make that, like, do you really get that much more stuff? Is it, like, actually worth it? 472? Jesus. That can't just be from the luck. See, I used to know and then I forgot. Because that's not really useful information, but I did at one point know. I saw the chart and I was like, okay. Salvaging Ecto. That's true, but if you salvage Ecto, you're a psychopath. So I can't do that. But true, yeah, salvaging Ectos is really fucking... Yeah. I gotta, like, not go out every door. Okay, here we go. Wait, I'm on Harbinger. Fuck.
Never felt better.
I'm in a Zerg on Harbinger. This is not a good idea.
Getting help.
I'll just fire down the lane. Just fucking guns. Guns. I don't really know I got anybody, but whatever. The team had this handled. You get your money back, do you? How? I thought you were just sacrificing the Ecto for luck. Okay, switch on to Reaper. 2, 3.
There's the power.
The crystalline dust. I see. Maybe I should do that then. Because it probably is going to be what I need to do if I'm going to make any real progress. Yeah, but I thought like salvaging Ectos was for people who had like a bunch of money and they just wanted to work on farming luck. So you just like turn it into luck and nothing else.
Never felt better.
And you can use boosters to increase your magic find over what you would normally have by maxing out your luck, right? To be honest, this is not a good time, but I need to look up the chart right now because I'm curious, George. Oh god, this is so blinding. Fuck me. So I'm at 160, so that's it. 623,000. And the cap is 4.2 million. You know, to be honest, that's not as bad as I thought. But it seems like the hard... Yeah, the cap to luck is 299. So when you say 472%, this is with this plus like boosters and stuff. This chart scares me because I'm right. I'm here. Oh fuck, I'm here. I'm here. You are here. Oh god. Okay.
I know of a
It's
good
like
use for this.
better than I thought and also worse than I thought at the same time. Max for fishing. No matter how much luck you have, you can't fish up Leviathan fast enough. So 299 is the base from the chart. So that's what I'd be aiming for, 299. the 4 point whatever million luck points. I guess this group's going to be going for a while again, and we have a whole new set of buffs down. Hero banner, spirit banner. Great. Great. Yeah, but my ideal world, I could log in and have, like, battle running all the time. I like running with Indo, but Indo tends to have the closed squads, and then you're with them and you die because you don't have anything, so... I've been having a lot of luck running bata open tags. But it's mostly because my stream timing lately has been the right time of day to catch them. See, for a while I was running in the middle of the night, and you could get anybody there, and oftentimes you'd have nobody. And you'd be running around flipping camps for forever. So it's better than that, but... Oh, fuck. Oh. Interesting. Any particular reason IOJ is just shitty? He moved to Maguma. Oh, Jesus.
I may not survive.
Yeah, IOJ has a lot of, like, fights that don't go anywhere. Sometimes exciting, sometimes not. See, I can have an issue where we have big fights where there aren't any deaths and when we're not fighting over anything in particular, because you're not really using your time very wisely. I mean, now if you're fighting in a keep or whatever, in a tower or whatever, you can get some increment rewards, but we used to have these fights out in front of SMC where we just go back and forth and nobody would die because nobody was committing. It was just like poke fights. And you could be off taking towers. You could be on a different map. Like actually doing things. So I hated that. It was shitty.
Let's get this over with.
Silver Fat's the same as the Master Savage. Yeah. I want one of those one day. That way I can clear up a bit of space in my inventory.
Earth is my weapon.
Dude, let's get in there. That's a lot of people, but that means a lot of damage. Alright. Okay, I'm done.
Soul is mine.
Slice him apart.
I gotta back off. Low on health. Goodbye, gems. Goodbye, gems. Goodbye, gems. I never have gems. I think the last couple times I've ever bought gems, I turned them into gold because I was just frustrated not having gold. Last time I bought something in the cash shop was probably this actually. Good purchase in hindsight, but at the time it was kind of a luxury. Goodbye, gems. I was thinking one day there'd be a time where I got everything I ever wanted with gold and I could turn my gold into gems, and it's like, wow, naive summer child. Yeah, buying gold's OP. I got stun locked by chat for literally an hour and a half earlier talking about how making gold in this game is shitty because you could just like put your paycheck in. And everyone in chat is just like, I'll teach you to make gold. I'm like, I don't fucking care.
Were you just playing
200 gold a week is not sufficient when I could work a shit to McDonald's. Theoretically. And just like have my money for the week. Not a shift, like 1 hour. Like 1 hour minimum wage is like 200, 250 gold. Whereas good luck getting 200 gold in a week. You'd have to actually like be here for a while doing stuff. Or doing some hardcore ERP. Which every day is seeming like a more viable option. Yeet. Yeah, the commander's actually like... I find different things to complain about every night, but this has been a good squad. Only thing is that right now we're fighting a lot, but we're not really flipping a lot.
Use a hand over here.
So it's like different stuff, but I gotta be here for the fights, and I'm not always here for the fights. But yeah, good tagger. Actually, I'm not even sure if this is the same tagger we had at the start. Sometimes the tag changes and I don't realize it. And it's like, thank you. Wait, you're not the who I was tagging with. Who is this literal who? Yeah, well, EBG is honestly pretty cursed these days. I used to like EBG, but now every time I go there, it's just pain and suffering. If you don't have the castle, it's boring because you're just trying to break into the castle and you can't because it's the castle. And when you have the castle, it's just, you're at the castle all the time. You're repairing the castle. They should rename EBG to Castle Crashers.
Rage and
Yeah, and here's the thing. It's like, if I was going to work a shit at McDonald's, I would be like, you know, the reason I'm streaming is to not have to work at a McDonald's, you know? So it's like we're kind of looping back on the same thing. It's like, why are you here? To play games for your chat and interact with chat? It's like we're trying to stay out of retail. We're trying to stay out of fast food. Speaking of fast food, though, I could go for something now. I haven't eaten fast food in months. I could go for a number 9 large. What you gonna get? I don't know. Honestly, I have it so infrequently I could eat anything off the menu. People who are like career fast food eaters, like that have preferences and stuff like that, that's too hardcore. It's just like, give me whatever is tasting good. I like me just a hamburger. Cheeseburger. Onion rings. And a Coke. I mean, to be honest, chat, do you really need anything else? Oh shit, I'm supposed to be going with the... Dude, this is how far behind I am. The tag is already at the West Tower. The fast food I've been eating a lot... Well, I shouldn't say a lot, but the last couple times I had it, it was A&W restaurants. I'm not even sure if they had them everywhere in the world, but Canada they do. So they're good for their onion rings. Good onion rings. You go to A&W, you get the onion rings. They're salty as fuck, but then again, so am I, so it's a pretty good fit. Yeah, they're good. Their quality is pretty comparable. Like, compared to a lot of restaurants that have gone downhill, I never really had A&W. Actually, once. No, wait, that was Burger King. Fuck Burger King. But A&W never disappoints. And the root beer you get there is higher tier than a lot of other root beers. So, wrong way. Root beer is more important than following the tag, apparently. But if I was like a career fast foodie, what I would do is I would eventually try the whole menu. Because that's kind of what I want to do. When I go to a place, I want to... If I'm going there a lot, I want to try new stuff. But when you're going to a place once in a while, you want to have the thing that's actually, you know, is good. And they're not going to fuck up. So for me, it's the cheeseburger, chat. For me, cheese, Chad. The what, cheese curds? I'm not sure they mean poutine. Because poutine, that's kind of half what poutine is. Cheese curds, fries, gravy. But usually people just call it poutine. They don't call it... There's probably some distinction there. I honestly never order poutine when I go anywhere because sometimes they can be really mid and ruin the experience. I mean, you can make the argument that a bad poutine is still fine because it's so simple that even if you ruin it, it's like ruining an egg. Wait, no, it's like ruining... Fuck, I forgot what I was trying to say. But anyway, there's not very many places that know how to actually do it like really well. And also, poutine runs into the problem that when you have a bit of it, you're kind of already done with it. Like, it's hard to eat a lot at once. Like, it gets old fast, but, you know, you enjoy the first few bites. And then you're like, yeah, I'm good. Destroy my chat with poutine facts. Is there anything more Canadian streamer than your chat being flooded with shit like this? Hell. But, not to drop an anvil in chat, but I'm actually kind of like a health nut, so fast food is not really my thing. It's good when you can have it, but I don't seek it out. Because I'm worried that one day I'm going to wake up and my arteries will have left my body, so... I want to live to be old, so... There's more than that, but that's a start. Where are you ordering it? Your mom's house. Ha! Well, they just do what you did to get fat, but just do it in the opposite order, and then you'll be spick and span. The reason why I'm not fat is because I don't like eating. It's surprising how much of a difference that makes. If you don't like eating, you won't get fat. But if I did, I might have a problem because people who eat under stress, I'm in a very stressful part of my life right now, so it's good that I don't seek food as a stress. Oh, fuck, it's the stealth. Chat, this might be the end. This is a lot of people. Yeah, okay. Alright, that's a lot. They came in so fast, I never got my second well off. I just got fucked. My cooldowns? Cooldowns mod check? Cooldowns? What happened to my Reaper? Wait, maybe I can suck the life out of... No, I can't suck. I can't suck for shit. Eating once a day is actually unironically optimal. It's just hard to do. Because you need to get like 2,500 calories in a meal and it not be bullshit. Like, you can have 2,500 calories of donuts in a day and that's not difficult, but eating 2,500 calories at minimum in one sitting with food that's actually good is surprisingly difficult. I mean, you can get it if you just like make 500 pounds of hamburger, but that's not, you know, easy. Well, it's not macro. I mean, I think the science is that, well, I guess, assuming average height, that 2,500 calories a day for a guy, 2,000 for a girl. And then any less than that, you might lose weight. Any more than that, you're going for gains. To be honest, I think I might get like 1,500, 1,600 a day. Like, I'm under, but it's just hard. There's just not a lot of stuff I want to eat that's actually good. If you like to snack, getting 2,500 calories a day is simple. Like, eat a bag of Doritos, and that's like 1,000 right off the rip. But try getting in 1,000 calories of broccoli and hamburger every single day, and like that starts to become more difficult. Yeah, depending on the chocolate, true. Chocolate is, unsurprisingly, super calorie dense. I mean, even if you eat dark chocolate, it's like great, but it's not like exactly a health food, it's just healthier. But yeah. The sugar. Dude, the sugar is fucking deadly. So many calories.
Let's get this over with.
Isn't 10,000 like so like borderline like world champion status macro? Dude, I saw videos of that dude having his like 13 meals a day, and I'm like, the fuck? Every time you're eating, you're just making your next meal. It's like, what a life. As someone who hates eating, that would be hell. Hell for me is 10 meals a day. Because who has the time? If I can get my calories through IV, I seriously actually would. More time to do stuff. I mean, ostensibly you're getting some value out of it. If you're powerlifting, then at least it's like tangentially related to your career prospects, but just doing it for the sake of doing it to be like huge. It's like a lot of effort. Yeah, fish and rice. Rice is actually like not bad for calories, but I mean, rice is kind of a blessing, to be honest, because it pairs well. It's easy to eat it every day, and it's not like calorie bullshit like some foods. So, like white rice, like you can use that as a basis to like springboard into like a lot of stuff. I have rice every day, and thank God I can eat rice every day, because without it, I'd be probably dead, chat. Probably actually on the streets dead. Well, that's the trick. 10K could be done, but yeah, the trick is healthy, because you can get your calories and then be like eating way too much oil and fat, and then you just become a whale, which is what most people do. So it's not like it's out of the ordinary. It's just like, well, the chances of you dying early are going up by doing this. So maybe don't do shit like that. Getting your calories every day and not having like processed oils and artificial sugars, that's like really hard to do. Especially if you have access to like a basic ass bitch supermarket and you're not rich. It's pretty difficult. Because the ticket to getting easy calories is buy horrible shit that's processed to hell and back. And then you'll be good to go. I was thinking about some like witty comeback, and then I'm like, I'm in the middle of a fight. Shit.
I know of a good use for this.
Yeah, protein's pretty hard, and even if you cheat using like bars and stuff like that, it's not, you know. I struggle.
At map. Armor enhanced.
Like peanut butter and beans are a pretty good way to do it, but again, having it every day is like, eh. Beans are sent from God. Beans are divine. I hate peanuts. Rip. Actually, I don't like eating nuts either. Peanut butter is kind of like the compromise, but I was eating nuts every day, and I was like, I hate nuts. Nuts. What kind of nuts? These nuts. I put up with it for like months, and then I had to stop because I would buy them and then not eat them. It's a shame though. If you like nuts, you're good to go. True in life as it is in porn. The thing about peanut butter though is that, again, a lot of times they make it with, you know, vegetable oils and stuff. And I'm pretty sure that shit is killing America, so hard to get around it though. And organic peanut butter just doesn't taste good at all, so it's like shit. You can't buy egg whites? What do you mean you can't buy egg whites? Just buy the egg. Take the yolk out. Also, the yolk is the important part of the egg. I'm so confused. Yeah, well, it tastes like unflavored peanut sludge. And it's like, it's healthy, but at what cost? I had it once, and I'm just like, what the fuck? So it's like, I can't do that. Unless you add your own sugar, which I guess is kind of getting you back to the point. If you bought natural peanut butter and put your own sugar into it, you'd probably solve the whole issue. It's just like the labors of assembly. Yeah, they feel like cheating because they are, but I mean, it's pretty hard to go without them. Anyway, welcome to health chat. This all started because I said like fast food herder. I noticed Twitch chat always wants to talk about food, and I'm really bad for that because I only talk about it once in a while. Like chat wants to talk about like food and shows and all these things, and it's like my areas of expertise are gachapon and anime and bullshit you don't care about. Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, because everybody has to eat it, but... Go green Borderlands. Okay. Holy shit, desert is blowing up. We used to have a stranglehold on desert. We used to be like... And now we're... Right. Well, green's the only one that doesn't have a queue, so we'll go over there. What have you been watching? I'm trying to finish Attack on Titan Season 3. Because I'm trying to live apparently 5 years in the past, but... I wasn't watching anime for years because I was busy and playing gacha. And gacha's worse than watching anime, so... But I have a list I want to do. Oh, I hit my cap on greens. Attack on Titan's always been good, but I enjoyed the earlier seasons more than the later ones. After the time skip, it became kind of like a different show. And not just because of the studio change, but it just feels like a different... It feels like a different show entirely. Gacha? Gacha's like mobile gaming. Like anime games, you roll for pictures of girls. Like gachapon. Gacha. I was playing like several for years and years and years. Why, you won't hear the word? Listen, we can talk about it. This is honestly, for once, this was like once upon a time, this was like an addict recovery stream. Because I went through like 6 or 7 games, lost a lot of time and money, and learned a lot about how the games are made and why they work. And then I came back to streaming like months ago and I wanted to talk about gacha, and then I realized gacha's not very good on Twitch, so I had to stop. So now I know all this stuff, and I can't play the games. And I don't want to talk about it, but I do. It's weird. I have so much knowledge and I don't want to release it because it's forbidden. Like, I can tell you guys all the best games to play and how to min-max the shit, and it's like, but don't do any of it. Just listen to me talk about it and don't actually like install the games or think about them or anything. Just, that's all. Yeah, I spent my fair share. It was a good learning experience. I learned how to get addicted to something, and I learned how to get unaddicted to stuff. Which is going to be a good skill going forward, because games are becoming more like casinos. So if you learn how to resist them now, it's going to be good in the future when shit's going to become even more psychologist-developed games that are designed to suck your dick. A term? Yeah, no, it's a term. They're called gacha in Japan because gachapon is those machines where you put the coin in, then you get like a random toy or whatever. So it's just like a catch-all term for like you put money in and you receive a random item. So they're called gacha or mobile gaming. And in the West, they're just called phone games or whatever. But most of the really like egregious, like the quantity coming out of like China, Japan, Korea is higher. The West has them, but it's like bullshit like Diablo Immortal and like Raid Shadow Legends and stuff like that. And just the worst shit. At least the Asian gacha look good and the girls are cute, which is almost worse because then you actually play them and get addicted. Whereas you play Raid Shadow Legends, you're like, what the fuck is this? And you uninstall it. I guess I'm never getting a sponsorship from them again. Not that they watch my streams anyway, so it doesn't matter. But now they're putting like gacha mechanics back into MMOs and RPGs, like the live service shit, loot boxes, all this stuff. That stuff all sort of like came somewhat out of... Well, it's kind of a weird order, but the point is that the games are becoming more like that. And so it's going to be good to like know the tricks so that you don't fall victim to like when the next generation of games comes out, which are going to be like really predatory. So if there's a silver lining to getting into it once and getting out, it's that you'll be prepared for when it hits you again. Hopefully. I mean, there's always a character out there you're always going to roll on no matter what. It's just kind of a fact of life. There's going to be a gacha girl you have to spend money on, and the sun rises every day. Same thing. Well, it had good in the sense that you had pity currency. Pity currency is better than having nothing at all, but still, I wish you could just buy the thing you wanted. Like Overwatch, you couldn't buy the skin you wanted. You had to buy enough boxes to build up pity currency to buy the skin you wanted. And Overwatch 2 fucked that even further because now you can't even do that. So Overwatch 1 was like the lesser of two evils. But if you're going to have cash shop stuff, allow it to be purchased. Don't have to have you roll on a gacha until you get enough currency to then buy the thing with the pity currency. Like, that's just kind of extra steps to being a douche. But the thing is, that's going to look like a fucking gift from God compared to some of the systems coming out now. Like, Overwatch 2's skin system is unforgivable. If you're going to have, like, microtransactions, at least allow them to be straightforward where you see the thing, you buy the thing. Because the more layers you put, the more dickish it is, because the more layers you have, the more people lose track of how much money they're spending. This is why games have multiple currencies, because you don't even know how much money you're spending because you've lost track of the conversion rates. So it's like, and they know that. They know people are not, like, keeping full track. But there's a lot of strategies. I mean, there's, like, lectures on YouTube where they go over this stuff, and it's awful. Grand Summoners, that's kind of a big one to get suckered into. Diablo Immortal was like the biggest one in a long time. And it really got a lot of people. Like, it made a shit ton of money. Still is, actually. And it's not good because it shows them that they can do that and it works. It's like, it's not like they released Diablo Immortal and then it failed. It's like it released and it succeeded. And that's kind of the hard thing to think about, is that their experiment was a success. They knew what they were doing. By the way, guys, if you haven't played Diablo Immortal, don't actually play it. Don't even install it. Yeah.
That was a blast.
Yeah, Lost Ark's not even a gacha, but it just shows where it's going. But Lost Ark honestly kind of has the same issue as this game, is that you can convert your currency, right? And I had a whole rant about this earlier, about how it ruins games when you do currency conversion. Because it invalidates you actually playing the game as a game. If you can just, like, pay money to skip things. And, like, any amount of mastery you could get in a game on how to farm gold or farm things is invalidated because you don't need to know that. You need to know that if you're poor. So, you know. But I already had that discussion. Well, you say just fashion, but not really, because here's the thing. If you're someone who cares about playing a lot of classes, each time you want to have a new build or a new character, that's more stuff you have to buy. Like, at the start, it's like even just to buy the character slots, and then it's like, well, I want to buy this gear for this build. It's like, well, I could farm gold. I could farm a couple days of gold to get, like, my minstrel set or whatever, and then, or I could pay $10. Like, the problem no longer exists once you have legendary items, sure, but legendary items are the biggest golden time sinks in the game. So once you have those, you've already won Guild Wars, right? So this is just like the abridged of my earlier rant, but it's like anything you could do in Guild Wars that involves you grinding money, the best option is just pay money. And ANA has very clear, like they have a very real idea of how much gold you can make in a day reasonably, and they set their conversion prices in respect to that. So they know what the gig is.
There's the power.
Oh, hi, Mr. Deadeye. He pulls me into melee. Okay, I'm just being bullied here. This is fucked. Last one in, first one dead. That's your fault, Chad. I was talking about gold again. I'm gonna get back into this discussion again. Yeah, but don't take pity on ANET though. It's true, yeah, they don't have a sub model, so they need to have like a very robust cash shop. But if they had a cash shop that's a cash shop, and it still wasn't enough to get people to pay enough to fund the game, that they had to introduce like currency exchange. Like maybe the problem is you just didn't make a game that's good enough to have enough players to make a lot of money. Like I don't want to say that about ANET, but it's true. Maybe you just didn't make it. Maybe your game just isn't actually robust enough to justify itself. I mean, WoW is worse because WoW has the token and it has the sub fee, so WoW's on a whole other level. But with Guild Wars, I don't know what the solution is. I couldn't make a better game than Guild Wars, not even close. But I just know that when you get to this point where you actually can't make enough money with your game unless you make it this way, then there was already a problem that is a huge issue that you address by having currency conversions. And then setting the prices yourselves to maximize your profit on gold to gem conversions. Because they can set whatever price they want. And they set it to be basically about $10 is about 250 gold. So. Yeah, whales are just big spenders. Whales is a term in... Well, it's a very prominent term in the gacha community. But there's another term above whales called leviathans. And, I knew a Leviathan in my community who spent $50,000 on Genshin Impact. So there's even tiers above whale. You have like minnow, dolphin, whale, Leviathan. I was a dolphin for several games before I got to my senses and stopped. Yeah, well the thing is, if you have 10 Leviathans for a game, you're actually doing very well. Like, sometimes you only need a couple of Leviathans to fund, like, huge portions of shit. Dude, I can't get back to the fucking Zerg because these assholes... And this is a Spellbreaker, which means I cannot duel them. Just have to, like, cope. I should have switched to Harbinger for the run.
Soul is mine. I am death.
Dude, do you have something better to do? Like, you know, go and help your team? Or no? No? Wait, this isn't even a Spellbreaker anymore. This is a Daredevil. Cool. Well, now we can't get to the team because these fucking assholes are gatekeeping the path. Well, first step is switch to Harbinger so I can actually duel. That would be the first step. Stop, like, trying to duel on a Reaper Zerg build. Yeah, well, Mags should fucking die in a fire. Just saying. In Minecraft, sorry. What do you get from Open World? Basically everything. You can do it as like a daily mode to get gold and materials and everything. Like, you could play Guild Wars and only play this mode. It's an option. But almost all the rewards you get from doing normal stuff. Mail. Hope you're having fun from Jerk Hoffman. I am. I'll take your gold. Who is Jerk Hoffman? Was he the guy who just killed me? Oh, turn around. Turn around and die. They're just sitting there, menacingly. Okay, so now we can't go through the camp. Okay, well the team wipes. Let me start over. Yeah, but I can't do PvP because I'm stupid, so... But it's true. Rewards are a bit more robust. But it's because in this mode you can do nothing and still get rewards. So... I still follow Ghost. JMF. Anyway, so Genshin Impact made like $1 billion very quickly, and... It was because that person I knew was not the only one who spent like multiple tens of thousands of dollars trying to... Because when the game came out, there's people who were like, okay, I want to have the highest tier 5 stars. So they'll roll for the characters, and then they'll roll for the constellations, which becomes multiple tens of thousands of dollars. To Constellation 6, all the starters. And there's people who did that, and I knew one of them, so... You have enough of those people in a community, and they will single-handedly fund your game. And it's like good that they exist, because their mental illness is fueling the game for the rest of us. But it's also setting us on a path where games will continue to be designed that way more and more. And also, when you pander towards the whales, they need to get something out of it. And some games, they have, like, PvP. You know, and that's where it gets to be really bad, is when you have actual ranked PvP and have a game where you can just buy power. Like, Epic 7's a really bad example of that. Like, I think the only reason that Epic 7 actually has, like, a somewhat big presence on Twitch, or did in the past, is that you want to log on and see somebody destroy people with their Leviathan account in PvP.
Let's get this over with.
And Diablo Immortal was the same idea. Same exact thing. What's up, Ghost? What are you running here? New to the game? This is a World v. World. It's basically a Battlefield PvP map where you fight... it's one team versus one team versus one team, and you fight over 4 maps. And this week we are red, and we're fighting green and blue. And it's a big mistake, because they're really annoying high-tier servers. No, give me the sunrise first. Me first. I'm glad Sunrise doesn't look good, otherwise I'd have a big problem. Well, I guess Eternity is the last tier, right? You're paying gold. Just work at McDonald's, dude. If you work, one shift, you can buy yourself Eternity. If they had a sword like Eternity that had like Necromancer effects on it, like Nevermore, except it was a great sword, I might have a big problem, because I'd have to buy that. Oh, should switch builds. 2, 3. How do you sell Eternity, man? You can't own Eternity, man. Yeah, it would have been easy to do that. Like, dyeable weapons is something I never understood in this game. It's like, they can't do it. It would give so much flexibility to so many skins. Like, I would be hunting for so many more weapon skins if they were dyeable. Because you can set up an outfit, and then buy whatever weapon you want, and then just dye it to match it, rather than having to search for, like, this one hyper-specific piece of shit. I'm not sure if the architecture stops them from doing that, or they just don't want to. I don't know. I mean, goddammit, even 14 has dyeable weapons. 14's dye system sucks, and even they allow you to dye weapons. Yeah, Eternity's a scam. Who wants to live forever?
Rage at maximum.
Capadaro. Okay, chat, let's go back to the tower, and this time with feeling. Let's keep our wits about us and not get ganked by fuckers. If I had made it into the tower, I would have saved the entire raid. I know I would have. You can trust me.
Accelerating.
Yeah, but you're just intentionally not allowing skins to be like attracted to more people. It's like if they didn't allow you to dye outfits.
Rejoining the fight.
There's the
Like if I can't get a weapon I want, I'm not gonna go and buy a weapon I don't want just because it's in the cash shop. I just won't buy the weapon. Like, you're losing me engaging with a piece of content because you didn't want to set a slider that says here's the dye points and now you can dye them. Like, it would have been an easy change. I mean, if I think about it, I'm not actually that mad.
rage
Sounds
at
funny.
maximum.
For me, I like getting armor in games. I'm not always so big on weapons. I feel like I can always find a weapon that I'll enjoy. For me, it's getting stuck on armors. Also, we're back here in the slums. I don't want to fight these guys. This is blue, but they're fighting like assholes. They have, like, contingencies in the back to, like, hit the tail. This is not something you see with just every group. Okay, ouch. Mix and match heavy armor. Well, that's more understandable because that's trying to like preserve class class flavor. I mean, the outfits are already you know, cross armor type. It's nice to have a type of armor that, you know, is only applicable on like a small number of your characters, because there's already like a few armors that are cross weight anyway. They just make a version for all of them and they look the same. So it's not like that's never the case. It's just that it's mostly not the case. So I'm not too up their ass about that.
Never felt better.
Yes, well, it's always morally acceptable to complain about medium armor. True. I made a gear set for my thief, and I don't know how I made it, because I don't know where those armor pieces were, but I managed to cobble together something that looks good.
Rage at maximum.
Now I just have to make a Ranger Glam and an Engi Glam, and then I can stop worrying about medium armor. If you don't want to have a trench coat on your medium armor class, well, find a different class, really.
Attack!
Wants to live forever. If I chat, I got some wisdom for you. If you stop consuming vegetable oil, you will live forever. I mean, honestly, nobody's tried it.
How'd that feel? Excruciating?
Potency. Power.
You can't keep a good man down.
There's the power.
Nothing more gangster than wearing just a shirt to war. Dude, I think I'm seeing Martians. I just spun into nothing. I'm seeing shit. Yeah, because they're dead. Well, you know. It's like the stone that repels tigers. Do you see any tigers around here? No?
Accelerate.
High value rock.
Anyone? Help! Pain everywhere. Armor enhanced.
Yes, right there. Okay. Yeah, see? Now pay me $49.99 for this tiger repelling stone.
Never felt better.
You repel cougars? Well, maybe that's a good thing.
Armor enhanced. Getting healthy.
Dude, this is a very valuable camp. We can't possibly let them keep this.
I'm failing quickly.
Armor enhanced.
I remember the last time I got attention. It was spring 2019. For about 4 days. Felt nice.
Liberation.
Powerful combination.
Well, most guys know like 0% about like fashion and aesthetics, so most of them wouldn't even know it if it hit them in the face. Most women don't either. These days, I feel like, yeah.
Getting healthy.
You don't need to actually know how to take care of yourself if you have filters out the wazoo. Although when there's like e-girls that like master makeup and filters, it's actually kind of fucking dangerous. It's like, holy shit, what is this? This is not even a person. This is just like they're trying to reach up into some platonic ideal.
Endurance.
I don't know either. Speaking as a guy,
Come here.
Chat, you can trust my authority. As a guy, I don't find that nice to look at.
There's the power.
Alright, we bust out of camp. Now it's time to take garrison.
Armor enhanced.
Let's just like let the hubris take us. Let's just go get garrison. Yee.
Come here.
Rage never felt
Dude,
better.
I want to stop and take a drink, but I can't. Pierre, it's like that meme about like Keanu Reeves, like Conspiracy Keanu. It's like, what if air is poison? It just takes 80 years to kill us. Chat, you can take that boomer meme for free. That one's free on me. Okay, just is done. A Gen 3 dagger? Well, at least you still have the functionality of like a legendary dagger, even if the skin is not great. I mean, this sounds weird, but I want legendaries for their traits, not for the fact that they have a skin. I just want to have it like a swappable stat item. Lots of spaghetti. Well, I got a solution for you. Sell your account. I mean, unfortunately, you have to sell everything along with the dagger, but you can still sell the dagger. You just have to, you know, take the lumps with the lumps. Wait, Everbloom Infusion. Is there a legendary infusion? I never even thought about that. It's exotic? Oh. I was thinking, holy shit. That'd be like the ultimate, like, prestige item. It's just like you have, like, stat swappable infusions for that extra, like, 50 stat across your entire gear. Well, what's the benefit of having it?
Summon the power of Earth.
It's pretty. Valid. Understandable. Have a great day.
Getting healthy.
Fix the wall. I did the juice. God damn it. You're a weeb. Understandable.
You will obey. Shake it off.
I'm also a weeb, but the older I get, the more you don't want to say it, but it's like you can't deny who you are. It's like, I don't know. After my gacha, like, excursion, I'm probably more of a weeb than I ever was. You just have to accept it with grace. Just age with grace. Just become an aged weebu with grace. True. I always say, I literally have said this other times. I like anime, I hate anime fans. Especially nowadays, it's just like, this hobby used to be cool, and now it's just fucking what the fuck. Although, everybody says that about every hobby that's niche and then goes mainstream. It's like, they ruined it. The fucking normies. But it's true, they did ruin it, and they are fucking normies.
Getting healthy.
Yeah, the worst I ever got was that I had like a clip on one of my bags that was just like a cat face. And like anime wallpaper on your cell phone. That's about it. That's enough. That's honestly enough. And that was years ago. Now I don't have that because I don't go outside, so I've really stepped back from that entire thing. Don't present your weed to the public, just don't present to the public, period. Full stop. Well, the thing is, when you're a normie, you want to stay up on the cool stuff so you can socialize and be a normie with other people. none of it is about actually appreciating the hobby for what it is. So you always go to the surface level because it's fast. And then if a new thing comes along, you can switch easily. It doesn't require any investment. The people who enjoy a hobby at the deepest levels are the ones who actually like it resonates with them personally. And with a normie, you're never going to get that because normies don't care about shit like that. Nothing resonates. They're not like some like vibrating precious gemstone. They're just normies. Just like this platonic ideal of normies. Not any normie in particular, just normies. Just big letters in the sky, normies. So if you're a normie in chat, no offense. You're not the normie I'm talking about. Well, I mean, these days, I remember anime wallpapers from 15 years ago. Nothing's really changed that much.
Invigorating.
Get out of my hobby. Go back to whatever you were doing before, which was nothing because you weren't born yet. Okay, well, what's your favorite anime, chat? What's chat's collective favorite anime? And I will judge you. 4.5 minutes, dude.
There, never felt better. Armor enhanced.
Ghost, I would actually say that the opposite's true. When you're going through an area, if you do everything but hearts, you'll actually go really fast. Because hearts take the most time. Whereas just running around the map, gathering vistas and points of interest and hero points, that's actually like really more valuable. Because when you finish the area, you can just go on to another area. But if you stick around and try to do hearts, I mean, eventually, like down the road, you want to get all the hearts in all the areas because that'll give you map completion. But when you're leveling, faster just to go through and do all the fast things in an area and then just move on. I mean, if you like hearts, by all means, but you don't have to do them. Just come back later when you have like a mount and more patience and do them then. And then you can get your gifts of exploration for finishing every single map, which is useful down the road.
What a pleasant surprise.
I have like 4. I don't know why I have 4, but I have 4. Well, if you just want to level up, I mean, have I have a solution for you. It's called the skip potion. No, but anyway, just go through the areas, skip the hearts, do everything else, you'll be fine.
Getting healthy.
You can't like Kenshin? Oh, okay, yeah. No, we're not allowed to separate the artist from the product, apparently. The only Kenshin I watched was Truth and Betrayal, which was good. Or Trust and Betrayal. That's a good one. That's a good classic old samurai drama. Back when Studio Dean was actually good. Once upon a time. No, Brotherhood is always a good choice. Brotherhood is probably still the best shonen. Period. You could make arguments for Attack on Titan, but I think Brotherhood is still. Or you could argue about like the original versus Brotherhood, but they're still pretty top of the line.
Heal as one. The compact.
Are you just playing
Different days, Squig. They're both good in their own ways. For a while, Fully Cooley was my favorite anime, and then I rewatched it and realized, nah, it's good, but it's just good. It's a nice palate cleanser from Evangelion, which actually was the reason it was made. Fully Cooley was made because the animators from EVA were so burnt out because they had to make EVA that they kind of made it Fully Cooley as like a break. Uh-oh, I'm gonna die, dude. I'm gonna fucking die. Holy shit. Don't you fucking dare, dude. Everyone should watch EVA, but I've been in so many arguments in my chat over EVA saying it's good, and people are like, it fucking sucks, and I'm like, dude, it's hard to appreciate how good EVA is unless you know a lot about anime. And I'll leave it there, I'm not gonna get into it, but yeah, EVA's like really... You watch EVA different times in your life, and it'll mean different things every time. Say cap right now. It sounds pretentious, but there was anime before EVA and then there's anime after EVA. Like, it's hard to appreciate. EVA was extremely revolutionary. You hate Shinji? Yeah. Well, to be honest, you're supposed to have not really... Yeah, Shinzi's weird. He's honestly like a really complicated character, especially in anime, because before Evangelion, there weren't protagonists that actually had that kind of reaction to being in a war situation. Like, Eva came from after a generation of like super robot shows where the protagonist was like super hot-blooded and like gung-ho and just like, yeah, let's get the bad guys. And so when Eva came along, like, that was such a shock to have a protagonist that the first episode says, I don't want to get in the robot. I don't want to fight this shit. Like, that was really... That was crazy. But you watch it now and you're like, nah. So, I get it. But I feel like, this is my opinion, I just feel like the more anime you watch, the more you do appreciate Evangelion. Like, I rewatch it once every couple of years and I enjoy it every time. The weird animation, you mean CGI? Yeah, that didn't really work out very well, did it? Berserk just never gets a break. It just never really gets the treatment it deserves. Best manga ever written? That's a safe thing to say, yeah. That's actually... I think a lot of people would agree with you. I never read it. Just don't have the time.
Armor enhanced.
To be honest, probably the only real manga I ever read was Planets. And Planets was really good. But other than that, I just read a lot of Dojin. Like, a lot. And that's all I'm going to say about that. So let me roll up chat. Going for a gift to battle. I think I already have all the ones I need. I have 6. That's enough, right?
Laughing. Endurance.
Potency. Power.
Invigorating.
Chat, I read chat bottom to top, so don't be freaked out. Yeah, Fully Cooley's animation is actually extremely like competent. Like, it's a super well animated show. Some of the cuts from Fully Cooley are still like, you watch today and you're like, holy shit. But that's just kind of how Organix was. Organix was really, really something. They kind of went out with a whimper though, kind of sucked. After Anno split off from Studio Chiara to make the EVA rebuilds, Gainax never really made another good show. Honestly, for me, it ended with Gurren Lagann. For me, that was kind of the end of... That was the end of that. Mononoke? Yeah, Mononoke is probably the best anime movie ever made. Like, it probably actually is. That movie is fucking on a whole other level. Yeah, Miyazaki's whatever, but you can't argue with, like, the stuff the man has made. And he is right with some of the stuff he says about, like, how new anime is not the way that it was. Like, Miyazaki always made anime in his style that represented how he actually felt about how he wanted to pursue the art form. And when he looked at the otaku market and about how anime is made to sell BD discs and merch, it's no wonder he'd be upset. Doesn't mean everything he says is true, but he had a point. There's never been another Miyazaki. Yeah, he's entitled, but he's an old man. I mean, you gotta give him some concessions. You know, he didn't even want to use CGI in, like, Hell's Moving Castle and whatnot. Like, he's very stuck in his ways, but the reason he kind of gets away with it is because he just was that good. He's just a great animator. Very visionary, but... the more you get that, the more you get, eccentrics. And that just sort of comes along with the territory. The more fucked up the person, the more potential the art has. Something like that, I don't know. Well, the age is kind of a thing because he was able to see all of the different phases that anime production went through. He was there since, like, really early on. It's like being a young gamer and then watching the anime industry change. It's like you saw the whole progression. And then you don't want to be like a dick about it, but it's like, shit, you remember when things were a certain way, and it's tough to, like, accept them the way that they become. Weathering with You is Makoto Shinkai, right? I haven't watched anything of his since Your Name, because I'm just losing track of time, but he's quite good. I did like Your Name. It might be overrated, but it is very good. But I haven't watched anything since then.
I know the goodness from this.
Black Lagoon was pretty good. Garden of Rain. You mean Garden of Words? That's the one. That's the one where the guy draws the girl's foot. That's good too.
Oh, what a pleasant surprise.
I think the only movie of his that I actually hated was fuck, what's it called? The Place Promised in Our Early Days. I didn't like that one very much. But he was still kind of like testing stuff out back then, so. Everybody was into Elfen Lied when it came out, like young anime fans. It really was like a thing of its time. But there were a couple things about that show that actually were quite stand out. Like the opening is actually undisputably great, and the music in the show is good. But yeah, it's kind of dumb. And the manga's even more edgy. But everybody loved Elfen Lied when we were younger. Yeah, it wasn't even the real end. The manga keeps going on and it gets even weirder. Never read it though. Yeah, well I can't watch stuff at the end because I'm a man, so I'll take your word for it. My favorite anime is Madoka Magica, as far as the TV series. That's kind of a safe bet. But I've gotten into arguments about this too. Because some people watch Madoka and they really hate it. Episode 3, all the episodes, dude. Especially episode 10. But I was on board for that because I had read Gen Urobuchi's works before Madoka. I knew what he's capable of doing. Because I read Sayano Ura years ago. And then I was like, oh, he's writing Madoka Magica. I'm like, this is going to be a shit show. And it was, but it was very good. It's very good. But yeah, I think like movies, it's like Mononoke, TV series is Madoka Magica.
The compact is sworn.
It's kind of like simultaneously normie and pretentious at the same time, but that's what I believe. Some shows are just good, undisputably.
Armor enhanced.
Well, productions of shows is definitely different, even in the last 10 years or so, so I don't really blame people for falling out of favor with anime, because it's not really the way that it was.
The whirlwind.
We went through an age of like VN adaptations, and then it was light novel adaptations. Now we're getting into gacha adaptations, and now we're going to get into VTuber anime, and then it's like, I don't know. Can I just like get a good story?
Rage at maximum.
Can I just have an anime that has like actually a good story that makes me like actually care about things? That'd be nice. Few and far between.
There's the power.
So I'm not really looking forward to any shows in particular. Probably for like a couple years. I do watch stuff now and again when it gets really like important. Like I have a list of shows I gotta watch to finish like the current batch of like stuff that might be important, which is like finish Attack on Titan, Bocchi, Kaguya-sama, fucking finish SAO, Log Horizon Season 3. Like these are things that are kind of like a hangover. And then after that, it's like I go back to not looking forward to anything for a long time. Yeah, SAO is normie core, but very entertaining. Nothing made me want to play a VR MMO more than SAO. So say what you like about it, but it really makes your imagination go. And I appreciate that. Log Horizon's the same way. But people kind of sleep on Log Horizon a bit. Because it's not as flashy as SAO, but the idea of that entire scenario of like the VR MMO. Well, I guess in the case of Log Horizon, it's not really a VR MMO. It's just like the MMO just becomes real life somehow. And it was just like very engaging. Like the idea of having a guild. Because the way Log Horizon was is that the guys have been playing the game for like 15 years, and then all of a sudden they wake up and they're in the game. So they already have like a social circle, they already know the game mechanics, and then they just set out to do like new challenges. And it's like, that's a cool idea. You already have like the brothers, the dudes. And now you get to like experience a VR like real world simulation expansion pack where you just like do content with the boys. And for me, that was like the best part of Log Horizon, was that whole idea of that. The show itself was unfortunately not very well animated, but oh well. Finish Death Note if you haven't been spoiled on it. If you have been spoiled on it, don't bother. Death Note, though, is like classic 15 years ago normie core. Everybody loved Death Note when it came out. Like, you guys don't even understand. It was so popular. You've not been spoiled, then you probably should finish it. It's good. It gets less good as you get older, because it is shonen, but... Whoops. But it's still good. I rewatched it like 5 years ago, and I still enjoyed it. Yeah, L kills Dumbledore. What a shocker. Yeah, if you haven't been spoiled on Death Note, it's still worth finishing it. It's quite a show. Kind of a one-hit wonder, though, because the writer went on to write Bakuman, which was not as good at all. So, Death Note was kind of like a lightning in a bottle kind of show. You're a Bleach fan? You should talk to Glue on my Discord. He's a huge Bleach fan. He keeps like posting Bleach stuff to me, and I'm like, Bleach, Glue, I never watch Bleach. He just really likes it. Well, that's kind of vague, The third season about a year ago. Attack on Titan was like 3 years ago, so it's not that. You have to give me more information than that. Listen, Chris, you don't have to agree on everything. That's what it means to actually have a conversation. If we liked all the same things, this would be like a boring-ass conversation. Okay, to be fair, I watched only a few episodes of Bakuman. I think I stopped because... I know it's nothing like Death Note, but I expected to feel the same way about it as Death Note. Like, they get sucked in, and it's just not the same kind of show. And I was like, also, I'm a guy, so I'm probably not going to enjoy this the way a girl would. So, just my opinion. I'm allowed to have my feelings. People say the new Bleach is good. Kind of a shocker. But I'm not a Bleach fan, so I couldn't go back and watch it. But I'm glad that it's decent. People say the animation's like quite something. Not like Demon Slayer or anything, but, you know, enough. Oh, you're talking about, fuck. Shit, I know what you're talking about. Which one is it? Damn it. The guy is like a lich, right? What the fuck is the show? 'Cause that's like another MMO show. Oh, well. Yeah, that's his name. But what's the name of the fucking Overlord? Yeah, dude. I never watched it because I saw clips of the CGI and I'm like, what the fuck? But yeah, I kind of skipped over that one. But yeah, quite a few, yeah, 3 seasons and yeah, recently. So yeah, that's the one. You don't like isekais? They're lazy as shows, but I like them sometimes because again, like they make me think of, they're just very, it's not that they're imaginative, it's just that it makes you imagine things and sometimes that can be fun. But yeah, most of them are terrible. I mean, even SAO was an isekai as like a plot structure, like as a story structure. It just happened to be that the plot was that they were in a game, but the whole thing was isekai. Like, right down to the harem and everything. Even so, first 6 episodes of SAO are, like, no cap, some of the best anime you'll ever watch. And then it kind of just goes downhill from there. And then people say that it has, like, a bit of an uptick during Alicization. But I haven't watched that, so I don't know. But I remember watching the first season of SAO, I was, like, really hooked on it. I'm like, holy shit, this is good. And then later, I started to think about it more, and I'm like, eh. But jeez. I really enjoyed it when I first watched it. Yeah, they're so good because they're stakes, right? The stakes actually make SAO very gripping because it's like actual death. And it just adds this level of like gravitas to everything going on. Even like when it's kind of silly, you still feel like you're there with the characters. And the later seasons lose that because it becomes not about death from losing, but about death from like other shit coming back to bite them in the ass, like Death Gun. And it's like, what the fuck? And then Aincrad didn't even have death at all, so it's like, fuck. the show lost its entire, you know, its entire hook. I mean, I kept watching it, but I wasn't really as invested as I was. Yeah, but didn't they kind of do that with he went back and expanded on the first arc? I'm not sure what it's called. But I think that was like in the novels, not they didn't make an anime of that. Although they have so many movies that maybe they did. Like I have to say, there's a lot to catch up on, and I'm not sure I want to. Because SEO is kind of a big thing. But if I have some time, I still like the franchise. I don't know why, but I do. So I'll finish it. Just a movie. Better than nothing. Dorohedro is pretty silly. If you want to watch a silly anime, Nichijou is really good. Or if you want to like watch something that makes no sense, watch Pop Team Epic. But Nichijou is actually legitimately like great. And unfortunately, they overpriced the Blu-ray discs and then it never got another season, so sucks to be Nichijou, I guess. Don't sell your Blu-ray discs for hundreds of dollars and you can have another anime season. It's as simple as that. Anyway, chat, have we talked about anime enough? Are you guys satisfied, or... I told you, I'm a fucking weeb. But I'm becoming an old codger. Because I'm losing track of, like, what's going on, and now I'm just talking about, like, memories of the past. It's very hard to keep up with the conversation. If we could, I'd just watch anime on stream, but then I would get cancelled to fucking die, so can't do that. So it's like you have to find time in your leisure to watch anime, and if it's not good, you feel like you're wasting your time. It's so easy when you're young because you like everything, right? But as you get older, you've already seen everything, and the new stuff, you're a fucking codger about it because you don't want to accept change. So you just sort of fall into a loop. But unlike some people who have gotten my age and grown up and had lives, I still want to like anime, so I'll keep trying to watch it. Yeah, I was kind of blessed to have weeb friends for a while, but they kind of... nothing lasts forever. It was nice while it lasted, but, you know, men become men children. And then sometimes they actually become men after a while, and then they don't want to watch Chinese cartoons anymore. No one has an answer? Well, I think I said mine. I think I said my favorites. I mean, I have a top 10 because I have a Mal account. In fact, if you want to look at it. But I kind of chose, I think I chose 5 shows, 5 movies. Man, this would have been a good opportunity for me to actually fight, but I'm sitting here thinking about anime. This fucker jumps to the back line just to get me specifically. Just fuck me specifically. Dude, come back here, you piece of shit. I will sit here and auto you to death, you fucking garbage human being. How dare you shoot me with a Harbinger. Well, hopefully you get to the point where you like things again. I feel like a lot of my friends have actually got to the point where they just got stuck in the I hate this, and then they don't want to move on, but they don't want to stay where they are, and it's just rough. But I honestly see myself going my entire life not ever growing out of anime or MMOs. I'm not sure how to feel about that. I'll always have friends somewhere in the world, but I have to... yeah. Just have to keep up with it, I guess. That's also an isekai, right? Is Redline any good? Redline is legitimately amazing. I don't even like racing shows or movies, and it's... dude, Redline is actually pretty close to Mononoke, to be honest. Like, when the credits roll in Redline, it's like, holy fuck, that was a perfect movie. Well, not perfect, but it's like, wow. Anyway. And the animation in Redline was quite notable. It was like the closest we got to a production like Akira, where it was like extremely expensive and a lot of man hours and like extremely innovative, high frame count cuts. And especially in a movie where it's like mechanical design, the fact that they got the cuts as smooth as they did was like a lot of work, a lot of talent. It's such a fucking good movie, dude.
Reinforcements requested.
Not to overstate it or anything, but yeah. You'll know if you're gonna like it in the first 10 minutes because they have like a preliminary race called the Yellow Line, and it'll basically tell you everything you need to know. If you don't like it after that, you know you don't have to watch the rest.
Rage at
Is it short? It feels short. To be honest, if this had been a different timeline, Redline wouldn't have been a movie, it would have been a TV show. Because they had a lot of stuff fleshed out, but they had to cut it down for the movie, which is why the movie is full of all these weird plot lines that never get any resolution. Because I think they wanted to do a TV anime and they couldn't.
armor enhanced.
So it honestly would have been better served plot-wise as a show. But the fact that the production was all squeezed into a movie made it like a really nice experience, even so. But yeah, all the characters that kind of have like even small cameos in the movie actually had like full storylines that were planned, and then they never got to do them. It's all very interesting and autistic for me to even talk about it.
Armor enhanced.
Yeah, well, when you worry more about money than you do about actually like making something that stands on its own, you're gonna find one thing that works and milk it. And usually, the most creative you're ever gonna get with a series is close to the start. You might get more money later on, but the creativity, the spark that made it what it was there at the beginning, and it's very, very hard to recapture that when you're making things because you know that one thing already worked. That's why it's kind of hard to be a fan of something and then watch it as it goes on. Because if you enjoyed it for what it was, you'll hang on because you liked what it was. But then if you ever catch yourself being like, this wasn't what it used to be. And that's why so many people talk about even games, shows, it's like, I want something to rekindle my love for XYZ. And it's like, well, maybe there's nothing that will do that. Maybe it's you enjoy what was there and you have to move on just to greener pastures. Anyway, nobody asked, but that's just kind of what I think about that. Because as you get older, you have more things you experience and you like, and then you see them kind of turn to shit. And then you have to sort of like move on or stay where you are. And you can't stay where you are, you got to move on. You got to keep moving. Like you just watch One Punch Man every day, just rewatch it. It's good. I wish it had more of a story, but the animation is undisputably fucking amazing. The story of One Punch Man is even crazier because that anime wasn't even that expensive to make. They just had this weird way where they managed their talent really well, and they just got them to do these really high intensity cuts. And yeah, it didn't even cost any more to make it than most other shows. So I wish that's one model I wish that it continued on, and I wish that KyoAni's model of training your animators in-house also carried on. Because KyoAni has arguably the best animation in the industry. And it's because they actually have a training program. And other studios don't do that, so.
There's the power.
Shame what happened to KyoAni. That was a really big loss. Fucking tragic. They never really recovered from that.
Your enchantments are weak.
Oh yeah, Cyberpunk was like the last good anime I watched. Yeah, it was good. I'd almost say overrated, but actually not. It's actually rated pretty much what it is. It's just solid.
I could use a hand
It's
over
nice to
here.
see Imaishi actually do something after Kill la Kill. That's good, because I thought Kill la Kill was not that great. And then he did Cyberpunk, and it's like, yeah, he still has it. He's still good.
Accelerating.
Couldn't get into it? Not for everybody. See, I played the game, which is not that great, and so I knew I was familiar with the universe. So I'm like, I'll just watch the show. And I'm like, wow, I really enjoyed this. It'd be nice if it was a bit longer, but it's nice to have a show that doesn't drag on. It told a whole story, and it concluded, and it was good. It's like, that's better than what we get most of the time. Kek la kek, indeed. I was watching Kill la Kill with friends when it came out, so it was kind of like an anime that you enjoyed because friends. But it was not nearly as good as I hoped it was going to be. And it kind of got worse as it went on. Like, it had a strong start. Kind of went to shit, though. But it's like when you watch shows of friends, and it's enjoyable, and you're making theories, and seeing if they come true. Like, you don't want to watch every show with friends around. Like, there's been a lot of movies I watched that have been ruined with friends because they were serious, and nobody shuts their fucking mouth, including me. But some shows are really good to watch with people around.
Getting healthy.
I think I watched all of SAO Season 3, like the gun shit. I think I watched that with friends, and that made it fun. Because Gun Gale was not really a high point for SAO. Dude, I am in fucking trouble. Yeah, well, it's hard. Because I'm a chatterbox, as you guys can probably imagine, and when I want to start talking, I want to start talking about, like, what's going on the screen, and then, you know, you start missing shit. Like, I watched Paprika with friends, which is not a good idea, because you miss everything. First time I ever watched Ghost in the Shell was with friends. Not an amazing idea. Good movie, though. Git's amazing. And the second one, also good. I would say that Git's 1, Git's 2, and Standalone Complex are all great. Definitely worth the time. Yeah, you should watch it. Also, you said Ghost, it got turned into the Ghost emote. Yeah. But Gits 1 and 2, the movie was Mamoru Oshii, and he's good. And then the Gits anime, first and second sack. First gig, second sack, whatever it is. No, go Standalone Complex and then second gig, yeah, was Kenji Kamiyama, and he's very good. He also directed Moribito, which is like a very unknown show, but Moribito is like one of the best first episodes out of any show like ever, so. Very good director. He's actually coming back to direct something else soon. I don't remember what it is. It's something really important. Oh, he's directing a Lord of the Rings anime. And that's the only reason I'm not rolling my eyes, because he's probably like the best director to do it, because he already did Moribito, which is fantasy. So Kamiyama could probably direct Lord of the Rings. But they have to not meddle with him. They have to let him do what he does and not fuck around with it. Because I don't want another Rings of Power situation.
Rage at maximum.
Anyway,
Getting healthy.
that was kind of a tangent, but
You will obey.
Kamiyama making Lord of the Rings anime, I'm definitely there for that. That's like one of the best case scenarios if he makes it and it's good. What's up, Hobo? Sing in harmony. Dude, do I look like it? Well,
What I'd do was,
maybe.
I'd pretend I was one of those deaf mutes.
Level too low.
Yeah, see, Finn gets it. Standalone Complex. Very good.
Soul is mine.
Yeah, well, see, we can't with Kamiyama. They might not push for an agenda, or he might not let them. But he might not have a choice because the pressure is always and forever mounting. Anyway, keep our fingers crossed. We hope that it's good. Chat, I am now fully into chat. I can't actually play the game because chat's actually rolling right now, and this fucker is coming for me. Dude, I got a gun. Fuck, he has a grappling hook. Now, suck my golem.
My undead minion.
What is he? Oh, he's a daredevil, obviously. I should look at him. This is why you want to play daredevil. Chat, I'm gonna read chat from top to bottom this time, and I'll get to you eventually. Because it was kind of interesting, and I wanted to actually respond to everybody, so, like, give me a sec. Anyway, if you didn't like Gets when you're younger, try it again. It definitely still holds up. Yeah, this is the area when I want to start milking Lord of the Rings. I'm not there for any of it except for the one thing that I mentioned. I think they really should just stop it, because Lord of the Rings was... I mean, you could middle about the details, but the movies were very, very good. We didn't deserve them. If we had known what had come afterwards, we would have appreciated them more, but I still watch clips from Lord of the Rings movies. Just from time to time, like some of the big scenes, and it's like, shit, these are fucking good movies, dude. The fact that Rings of Power was made the way it was is just actually a travesty against humanity. It's a fucking travesty, dude. People should be put under the guillotine for this shit. Boxing? That was Megalobox. Boxing with mechanical arms? Megalobox. Yeah, the drops are coming. I set up the stream for it. I never had drops on my channel, but I think I have it all set up. I mean, if anything, chat will just be full of exclamation drops, even though it doesn't do anything, but... Yeah, I'm gonna be there for it, if they allow me to do it. Yeah, I didn't watch Megalobox, heard it was good. I also didn't watch the Castlevania. I don't watch Netflix anime. Not for any particular reason. Although if I watch them, I'll probably be able to come up with a reason. Anyway, sorry, I got caught up. I just wanted to say that about that. Ass Class. I watched some of it, not really my speed. Apparently people got really emotional at the ending. But didn't really click with me very much. Wasn't really my thing. Yeah, I heard it was good. You cry at an anime. Yeah, well, I wish that I could cry at an anime. The only anime I can cry at is Angel Beats. Sorry, not sorry. Although that's kind of how John Maeda is with a lot of his early stuff. Like, Clanad was very sad. Little Busters didn't really get the anime it deserved. Every time I think about the fact that Little Busters should have been animated by KyoAni instead of JC Staff, I actually get extremely upset. Because Little Busters was like a more complex, like, mindfuck than Clanad was. If it had been animated by KyoAni, it probably would have been like one of the best anime ever made. It would have surpassed Clanad for sure. But they gave it to JC Staff and they didn't really do well with it. And then they passed off rewrite to Studio 8-bit, and they fucking butchered it. So, like, the KyoAni era of John Maeda visual novels was really a treasure era. Like, I wish that had continued forever, but Maeda got really a bit over his head, and he hasn't really written anything good since Little Busters and Angel Beats, because then he wrote Charlotte, which wasn't great.
Knowledge is power.
And now he's working on Heaven Burns Red, which is a gacha, so it's like, People say that one's okay, but I don't know. Thief or Elementalist? Both. Both. Run Weaver. Do a Weaver and run both. No, Angel Beats gets kind of like a bad rap for ending too soon, but honestly, I've watched it 3 times over the years. It's actually just good. Like, it's actually seriously good. Part of that's the director. The director is actually quite a good director. I think he was also the one who directed Carnival Phantasm, I think, which was the Fate parody anime, which is also great. I think it's the same guy. Is it the same director who was like Angel Beats and Carnival Phantasm and Plastic Naysan? Because he seems to be like really good at comedy. Or maybe it was a different guy, but at any rate. Yeah, it is funny too. Like, Maeda is known for his drama writing, but his comedy is actually one of the few... He's like one of the few Japanese writers that actually makes me fucking laugh. Like, Little Busters is really funny. Angel Beats is really funny. I hope they translate the VN one day. Because they're not going to make any more, so I just wish we had that one translated. Because it expands out, like, a couple of the characters, and it's actually super long. So it's a way, if you wanted to get more of the Angel Beats universe, the VN actually does that, but it's only in Japanese now. And last time I checked, there aren't any plans to localize it officially. And no fan translators are picking it up and finishing it, so who knows. Yeah, everybody playing Elementalist is busted except for me. Apparently, I just didn't know the super secret. The English guy with a bandana, TK. He was actually one of the first. Like, he was interesting because he was voiced by an American, like a Hawaiian. So they brought in a Hawaiian dude to do the voiceover for TK, and that's why he sounds like really odd, because it just sounds like an English guy talking in weird English. But yeah, TK. He actually, yeah, imagine like expanding him in the VN. Like, it'd be so weird. But they plan to do it. What's the big deal with Tempest? Elementalist is just weird. I can only talk about them in World v World. But they just have this ability to do damage while also being invulnerable for stupid amounts of time. Which is just annoying. But they are high skill cap. It's not like you have to be... It's not like idiots can play them, but, you know. Yeah, it is funny. It's like, it's low tier comedy, but I don't care. It's whatever. Yeah, well, if you get drops, I hope you do. If not, don't yell at me, because it just means that Twitch hates me. Yeah, you could do that. There's lots of glams you could do it. If you were so inclined. Okay, chat. The anime discussion has now gone on for several millennia. Are we gonna keep going, or do you want to stop? Because seriously, you can't really get to the end of this topic with me. I've seen too much shit. Thanks for follow, Vay. Took you forever to follow, but I got you. I got you. Well, yeah, that's the question. What else are we going to talk about? Because talking about Guild Wars 2 is sometimes a lost cause. Crazy TV show. I'm not really big into TV shows, but I watched Chernobyl. That was pretty fucking crazy. Dude, you guys probably haven't watched Chernobyl, but the episode where they go down below the reactor and they're in the water and then the light fucking breaks, that has been the most stressed out I've ever been watching a show ever. Like the end of that fucking episode, dude, where they're like the Geiger counter's going off and they just like go into pitch darkness. It's like, holy fucking shit, dude. Good show. A bit dramatized, but good. Oh, I like it when any show gets crazy, because any show that can make you feel something that's not like bullshit, I'm there for it. Like happy, sad, confused, like anything that gives you a strong emotion. That's important, because so much TV is by the numbers and like committee-driven bullshit that getting an actual real feeling is like sometimes it's like, what is this? I don't remember how this feels, you know? So, yeah, sure. But as far as TV shows, basically normie shit, you know? I watch Breaking Bad, Better Call Saul, I watch Game of Thrones. Like, I watch a lot of the big shows, but TV is not very high priority because it's extremely, like, it's a bigger time investment than Western movies. And there's a lot of filler. Like, even Breaking Bad has so much filler, it's difficult sometimes.
Getting healthy.
But what else is even a thing at all? I'm not watching any of the Marvel shows because fuck that, so I'm not into the Marvel TV show universe. I guess I watch Rick and Morty, but that's not really a surprise. It's a good show. I'm not sure it's going to be good now that these things have happened, but we'll see. Haven't really been keeping up in the last couple seasons. Yeah. That's about as good as I get. Talk about anime for literal months, talk about TV shows for 30 seconds, and I'm done.
Is it harvest time already?
I guess I watched a bunch of Black Mirror too. That show can be pretty good sometimes. I watched everything besides the last season of that. Black Mirror had some pretty interesting episodes. Again, not always like amazingly written, but every single episode of Black Mirror makes you think a lot about like, holy shit, what the fuck? And the episode with the drone dogs, that was legitimately like very stressful and interesting. Like the ones that look exactly like the ones that Boston Dynamics made. I recommend watching Black Mirror if you haven't. It's definitely worth it. It's not even that many episodes too. It's like a small excursion. Okay. Dude, you guys are saying a bunch of shit. I never heard of these shows. What is this? I'm a TV show boomer. I don't know any of this fucking whippersnapper new TV shit.
At maximum.
Hobo, you gotta let the dream die. Here's my offer. I receive this, you receive this. You play a Blue Protocol, I will raid with you in Blue Protocol. That's what you receive. But if I go back to 14 now, I will literally become a hobo. And like a real one, not like a, you know, the ironic one that you are. I will become homeless and dead. Yeah, I kind of slept in Altered Carbon. I kind of got it mixed up with Black Mirror, although it is different. And then there's like Love, Death, and Robots, which is not so much... well, that's actually more of like a technology showcase than it is like... Yeah, that's kind of more like an experimental show. But like, I kind of like lump Altered Carbon and Black Mirror into the same group, but never watched any of that. What Animatrix should have been. There were some good moments in Animatrix. Hey, you guys watched that Star Wars crossover anime that just came out a couple years ago? I slept on that too. I should watch it. I heard some of the episodes were good. I'm dead. No, I'm fine. I heard some of the episodes were good, some of them weren't. It was kind of the same idea as like the Halo anime. Like some of the episodes were good, some of them were just trash. Every time they do one of these like collab anthology crossover anime, it's always like some really good stuff and some dog shit. Yeah, Star Wars crossover. It was like... It was the same thing as like the Yeah, the Halo one. It was like a bunch of different studios, and they all did one. Whereas I think Animatrix was all Production IG, wasn't it? Can't remember. Anyway, so it's like 7 episodes or whatever, and they're all a different studio, so they're all like very, very different in like every possible way. Like Trigger's Star Wars crossover is basically a cartoon, and then there's like one that's... Anyway, you gotta watch it, and I gotta watch it. Last of Us? Nah. Nah, not really my thing. I heard the first episode was good, though. But no, I think I'll sleep on that one, too. See, I never played the game, so I have no... Here's the thing. I have no attachment to Last of Us. So it's not like it's going to get me in at this point. If I had played the game, I might have watched the show. But I didn't do that, so... And the show, although it's not like super egregious, has an agenda. And it's like, okay, nah, that's alright. Yeah, see, that's what gets me is I didn't love the game. I wasn't there for that. I was in a different part of the entertainment sphere for Last of Us. Because I never played on consoles, right? So by the time the games come to consoles, usually it's like a whole generation later and you've missed the boat. Right? So there's just some things you'll never get into because you just weren't on the console at the right time. Yeah, episode 3 is going to be like making people scratch their heads for years. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, why? Right? It's like you want to do like an insert story, but like why specifically that? And why now? And what did it add? Like, I don't get it. You'll have people debating about episode 3 Last of Us for like ever. It's gonna be like it's gonna become one of those things, you know?
Return, my friend. You'll be doing that one for days.
Accelerating. Armor and haste.
Shit, chat. Have I been talking too fast this whole time? Because my throat's kind of scratchy. I'm like, can you guys like actually follow what I'm saying? Actually, I realized after a while that I actually talk slower than I think. I just have a slow brain, so usually I watch my VODs back, and it's like, no, that was perfectly understandable English. But I just wonder sometimes. Because when I'm talking, I think I'm talking as fast as XQC. But I never am. I wonder what XQC sounds like inside of his own head. It must be fucked up. Yeah, maybe that's not a good idea. We'll find it. I'll find it for you. It's called Star Wars, something. Yeah, it's called Star Wars Visions. I mean, dude, I typed in anime Star Wars and it's the first thing. I'm not sure what to tell you. Maybe your search engine's biased. I don't know. But yeah, it's called Star Wars Visions. So give it a shot. If it's good, great. If it's not, just remember, I didn't watch it, so it's not my fault. I just know about it, and I know that there was a couple of good episodes. Appreciate that, Vay. I actually have a complex about how I sound. Because I'm always very, very nervous. Especially these days. When I used to stream years ago, I was more chilled out. So I worry about, like, if my, what is it? Fuck, I forgot the word. Anyway. I don't want to have, like, the super nervous vibe. That's what I'm worried about. But if you guys are fine, it's good. Well, the confidence has just become, we were talking about anime, and anime is, for better or for worse, is something I know a lot about. But anyway, I appreciate you guys saying so. There was a timeline where I thought maybe I could have been a voice actor one day, but I can practice voices and I can do voices, but when I'm on the spot, I can't perform. So sometimes I say, like, I'm going to do a voice for chat, and then I can't do the fucking voice, you know?
Synergy is beautiful.
Dude, I'm still on Harbinger. I guess it's not a big deal. We haven't really run into a fight so far. If they come up the stairs, we'll just Sparta kick them off. Yeah, performance anxiety. For sure. Like, when I say nervous, it's like I have to say things... Listen, I'll try to explain it. Not because I want you guys to pity me, because I want to see if you guys understand, like, can, like, sympathize with this. Have you ever been in a state where you need to say something super fast because you're afraid someone's going to tell you to shut up because you're not interesting? That's kind of what it is. That's kind of the thing that I'm working through, right? Is that I want to get everything out so that nobody has the time to be like, nah, fuck it. So maybe that makes no sense. It's just kind of the thought I have when I'm like, why do I try to talk so fast? It's like when you eat your food in prison so fast that nobody can steal it. It's like the verbal version of that. Or whatever. Something like that.
There's the power.
Because especially over the years, I've watched streaming blow up, especially since the pandemic, and there's a lot of streamers out there who are really good conversationalists. Like, they can talk in a way that can keep you, like, glued to the screen for, like, days. And I know back in 2017 when I made the channel, streamers weren't like that. So they gotten better. So there is, like, sort of a bit of, like, a I have to step my game up kind of feeling, right? Because the kids are always going to perfect what came before, and the kids streaming now are, like, super good at streaming. Like, they're getting really good at it, and it's kind of amazing, but... For the fossils left behind... It's a problem. And you have to, like, rise to confront that problem. Yeah, that's exactly it, Squig, because when I was younger, that's what happened. Because when I was younger, I was like a more insufferable version of this, where I would just talk about stuff in like this really energetic and nervous way, and people would be like, you know, like when you're in school, when you stick out that way, you know? So it's like you develop sort of this coping mechanism that it's like, well, I have to become super interesting so people will want to listen to me. Otherwise, they'll walk away and you don't have friends. So that's kind of, I think that's what it is. If I can think of like one thing that it is, it might be that. But the only way to get better at that is to work through it, right? Yeah, I imagine, Hobo, if you were on Voice for a while, you'd find some stuff to say. It is tricky not saying everything that comes to mind, for sure. Luckily, I'm not like a super devious, like, fucking hate-filled piece of shit. Well, actually, that's not true. But I don't necessarily have like a lot of horrible thoughts that come to mind when I'm just talking to people, so I've been so far so good, but if you have like Tourette's, probably not a good idea to stream. I'm not sure Twitch is gonna have like too much sympathy for you. Also, this is turning into a really long fight, but we just have to contest the middle now and we're good.
Getting healthy.
Hey, or take my fucking potion. Yeet! There you go.
Invigorating.
Well, that's the hope, dude. I mean, I've seen streamers who, just because they show up to talk every day, they become popular even when they're not necessarily good conversationalists. So there's really like a priority of like, the first thing first is to be with your chat and keep them in the loop, and then everything else kind of comes from that. Because I know for fucking sure you guys are not here to watch me play Guild Wars 2, like holy shit. The amount of DPS I've missed in the last 2 hours has been all of it. You guys can see now why I couldn't raid and stream in FF14. It was just a complete shit show. Like right now I want to get this point so I can go back to chat because I'm missing stuff, but I don't want to lose the point. It's because we almost got it and they just keep finding new people to throw in at the circle. PvE? This is not PvE. This is... I wish. I actually was going to do PvE today, but I logged on and we've had a really good tag for the entire night, which is extremely rare. So I never got the chance to go out and do any PvE. I need to still finish Tangled Depths. And ordinarily I would shy away from that, but I'm feeling really good about my last couple points. I'm sure they're not going to be some obtuse bullshit that's going to make me cry and shit my pants. Do it for 13 hours. If I had the stamina, I'd do it for 13 hours. But yeah, no, I'm not here to play Guild Wars to be like a game streamer. I always use the game as a backdrop so I can talk to you guys. But the reason you need to have that is because when there's times when there aren't chat, you have to be like, okay, I'll play the game. Like, you need to have something going on. But
There's the power.
the more chat goes, the more my gameplay deteriorates. Oftentimes, back when the stream was at like its last peak, I would just stand
Never felt
in one
this.
place at the house in 14 and just talk for 8 hours. Didn't bother me. People would come and slap me and throw shit. But I didn't play the game. That wasn't really what was important to me. I had like different... Everybody kind of has their different priorities. No poise today, Blink. We didn't do one poi.
Getting healthy.
Dude, I'm exhausted. I need to like get out of here and just like fucking stop this. This fight's going on for 5 millennia. But if I hide, somebody's gonna come for me, so I need to stay with the group. Fuck. No, not poo, poi. Poi. Point of interest. Poi, 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 poi. You get it? Poi. Like Yudachi. Poi. That poi. Trust me, dude. If I had like so little self-worth that I wanted to shit on stream, I would have been banned off Twitch years ago. I would have been fired off of Twitch for gross, just gross, just being gross. Yeah, you find yourself a poi, comma poi. Also, hi Glue. Glue, there's somebody in chat who likes Bleach. I forgot who it was, but somebody likes Bleach. There's now 2 of you in the world.
Armor enhanced.
You can't keep a good man down.
Dude.
I may not survive.
You will obey.
Stand your ground. To battle again.
I wish I enjoyed Bleach. I wish I enjoyed lots of stuff, to be honest. Life would be more fun if you could just enjoy all sorts of stuff.
Armor enhanced.
To be fair, Bleach has some of the most fashionable characters in all of manga, so they, you know,
More energy.
Kubo has that going for him. God, I can't fucking do it, dude. This is impossible. I need to get out of Shroud so I can throw a potion, but I can't. I don't want to get out of Shroud because I won't be able to get back in. I actually almost want to die so I can get out of this hell. Thank God. God damn. Sorry, Chan. Anyway, if I missed your comment, don't worry. I subconsciously read everything in chat, and it will now help me to become a better man in the future. Have you kept up with Attack on Titan, Glue? That's pretty good. I'm finishing out the last season now. It's not as good as like the first season, but it's still up there. The studio change did hurt it though. They lost the iconic art style that Wit had, and now it looks more like just a map of anime. That kind of sucks. And also, all the Titans are now in CGI pretty much all the time, and that sucks. They're using it to do more complicated like choreography, but it feels more floaty. Like back when they had to hand draw their Titans, they at least move like they were giants. Now they move like fucking, I don't know, like guys in flesh suits. So that's a negative, but it's still interesting. If you watch the manga, I guess it's not as big of a deal. I didn't, so. Yeah, well, I mean, to be honest, when Attack on Titan first came out, they had Studio IG and Wit collab, and they had the money to make that series look good. Like, it was really groundbreaking the way that they combined the, like the line work with the CGI backgrounds. Like, when I first saw the trailer for Attack on Titan in like 2013 or whatever, I was like, holy shit, this looks amazing. And it didn't always look amazing, but like, it beat the shit out of like most other anime. But now, yeah, and opening 2 is like probably top 10 best anime openings of all. Like, Wings of Freedom, whatever it is, yeah. Really great opening. But now that it's with Mappa, it looks like other anime, and because the series is getting close to the end, it's losing some of the majesty that it had, or some of like the mystique it had. Attack on Titan was most fascinating when you didn't know shit. Like, what are the Titans? What is all this shit? Like, it had this air of mystery, and the more mysteries you uncover, the less interesting it is, so. Hopefully they're able to stick the landing and it not be a train wreck. Although I've seen screenshots from the end of the manga, and I don't know, maybe this is not going to end so well after all, but we'll see. Yeah, like the 3D maneuver gear animation was like really, really expensive and time consuming. And you could look at any cut on its own and be like, this is a masterpiece. You always were excited to see a fight scene in the early seasons. In the later seasons, I'm not excited to see it. It's like, okay, there it is, but I'm not like waiting for the next fight scene. It's like there's a difference. Yeah. I mean, looking back at it now, the CGI is still, it looks good, but the scenes were kind of bare, but they had to do what they had to do. It was a TV anime, it wasn't a movie. They still had a budget, and they used it very well. And you could tell when they were trying to save money, because some of the scenes in Attack on Titan were like really static and like, what the fuck? And then you knew it's because they were saving up for some amazing fight scene. That was kind of how I felt about Brotherhood as well, Full Metal Alchemist. Some episodes would be like really kind of stock standard, and then the next episode would be this huge battle, and it's like, I guess they had to save money. It's kind of funny when you can watch a show and you can like see into the production just by watching what's going on the screen. Although sometimes anime looks bad all the time and the money gets wasted and then it just sucks to be us. That's been happening a bit lately too. I remember back when they didn't know what the Beast Titan was called. Threads on the 4chan that they always call them monkey troubles. Dude, it's the funniest shit. Fuck. And I thought that was his name. I thought that it was like the manga readers went back and were telling us the story. And I realized that wasn't his name at all. God, I was so fucking stupid, kid. Anyway. I wish he was called Monkey Troubles. Okay, I think this fight's already over. Shit. Yeah, it's getting to be kind of late, isn't it? I don't really want to go because we've had like... We literally just hit the top of Twitch. Fuck. I've been here 6 hours and finally we're on the catalog, but it's past midnight and I want to get up so I can start tomorrow's stream earlier. Because I was quite late today because I wanted to sleep and I felt like shit. But I want to be able to come back for it tomorrow, so chat, we should call it for now. And I'll go to bed and then maybe I'll be able to have a stream in like 13 hours. Anyway, you guys are really nice. This was actually like, really good. Kind of a different change of pace. Anyway, here's the Discord. Thanks. I'll send you guys checks in the mail. And I'll see you tomorrow. Say less.